Everything just seems brighter than usual. I mean, whatever. Hi. Yes, my computer blue screened. Yes, I'm having a breakdown about it. It's fine. There's no rest for the wicked. Hi, Marisol. Hi, Kirsten. Hi, Angel. Go shit, girl. Oh, Minx doing the username change to make sure that we know their name is Minx. M-Y-N-X. Capital letters. Go shit, girl. Just the way me and Minx, like, when we just get stupid, it's so, I love it. We gotta play more, y'all. We have to. We should plan a day that we're all, like, free and just, like, bam, 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 VHS streamers. We're the VHS girls. We're the VHS girls. We go shit, girl. That'd be cute, though. I mean, I'm like obsessed with the game. Like, I don't have a game that I like sit down and play every stream. I would love to make it like a concurrent thing. Like, I would love it. I got a beta key and I played on Marisol's channel. You can go to Marisol's channel and watch the VOD if it's still up. And we played with Minx and we played for about 3 hours. I lurk. Okay. Okay. Yeah, literally, my entire mind is just VHS, VHS, VHS. I'm like, oh my god, what is wrong with me? Hive mind, but it's just VHS. I just want to let everybody know, thank you all so much for the donations so far, but my computer blue screened before stream today, and it's definitely making me a little more nervous. So if you want to make a donation before the birthday stream, so we can hopefully get a new computer before my birthday, you can do !PC and make a donation to the crowd fund. I would really, really appreciate it because streaming is my only income, so any donations are greatly appreciated. But I just made that crowd fund because Twitch takes a percentage of subscriptions, so if you want to make a direct donation, you can go over there. I didn't put the pop rocks in my butt yet. I got a pack. Ready to go. My pop rock enema. That pop rock enema. Oh shit, girl. Yes, thank you, Kirsten. I saw it. I appreciate it. Everything is going wrong. Nothing is going correctly. Just give me one day, Jesus. Whoever is watching me. Hi, Harming. We have so many stream queens and stream queen members in the chat. Can we get, like, some shout-outs for Marisol, Minx, Harming? Please go to their channels and love and support them like I do. Literally, I was, like, brain empty this morning. I was like, I need to find that clip. Hi, Daniel. How you doing, hottie? Just on repeat. I know. Well, I had to trim the clip, and I kept hearing you say, go shit, girl, and it made me crack the fuck up every time I was watching it. So I haven't played in, like, a couple days, so I forgot where Vector... Oh my god, we need a makeover, please. Get me out of here. I didn't say shit, you did. I shit. I'm in hell. Oh my god. Hi, Kale. How are you doing? Happy to see you. Kale, is your brain empty and just thinking about Ayato like me? Because I am excited. That's exactly what we are, Angel. We are the Despicable Me guy. See, Angel doesn't know the name of the Despicable Me guy. Hi, Navi. Sorry, I'm like super dehydrated. I slept a lot today, so like so tired. This look is so cute, by the way. Thank you. I got, you know, actually, funny you mention it. This is a brand new top I got when I went to the mall with my mom the other day. And Charlotte Russe was having a buy one, get two free on any top in their store. 2 tops. 3 tops. But this was part of the, I was like, damn, that's a good ass deal. So I went ham. I got a bunch of tops. Especially because like streaming, you're just like waist up. So I was like, I'm splurging. I don't care. I'm literally skipping Yai for the water twink. Do you? Yeah, we had a whole conversation, another one of the streams. Too many tops. Not enough. Too many tops in Charlotte Russe. You never see that one. I know, they like just reopened it here. Okay, rest in peace, Vector. I'm doing a makeover. Oh, not the emo haircut. What was that? This is a cute hairstyle. By the way, hi Brian. I'm sorry if I missed it. I've been playing a fan Pokemon game instead of finishing the decks because it's too hard to hunt. What are you playing? I've been trying to get Shiny Teddiursa from Outbreak for the last 30 minutes. Oh my god, I love Teddiursa. The way Nem's eyelashes flutter when they fan themselves. Yeah, it's because my eyelashes aren't really glued down that much today. Hi, Anne. Thank you, Marshall, for shouting out Anne. I appreciate it. Hi, Hara Lele. Charlotte Russe was where I always got part of my... Yeah, literally. It's like a really good store, so... You did the lick and stick lashes, please. Pokemon Rejuvenation. Oh, I'm dripping. I blew my eyelashes off. Let's not do that because we all know how yesterday's stream turned out with the breakdown I had. So, can I be pretty one day, please? Oh, okay. Like little bump it in the front. Stunning. I am also happy that my eyes are not watering. I stabbed myself with my mascara and I was like, no, 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 no. We're not doing this. So wait, there's just no blonde. It's just like poopy color. Let's do this color. Wait, this looks like my hair out of drag. LOL. Double eye patch. Shut up. Me getting Shenhe immediately. No life in Genshin to level her. So true. I think it's so silly. Like, why, if you get, like, for the next couple months and going forward in Genshin, you literally, if you start the game and you wish on the characters banner and you get that character, you can't get their shit. Like, you have to play the game. Like, it's gonna be nuts. Like, people starting out and they get, like, what? Sumeru's Archon? Then you're gonna have to level up to level 50? Like, that's gonna be insane. She's your VHS character? Wait, it is my VHS character! Making a fit change. What did you call them? Not the bare feet. What was it called? You were saying something silly and it made me giggle. Illy Cute, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Not barefoot Contessa! Please! Even to use Alloy, you have to get to Inazuma to ascend her. Yeah, it's a lot. It's kind of annoying. Oh wait, I want a beanie. Made me cry. Yeah, I literally cried at Shenhua's quest. It was Shenhua's the love of my life. I love her. Oh, the bowler hat. Oh, we can have a ninja mask. Masks up. Oh, the ninja tabbies are up here. Wait, I kind of look like a Ninja Turtle. Wait, I kind of look like Deadpool here. Wait. What? I have no money? That's rude. Oh, I didn't put it on. Wait, we're gonna become Deadpool. Stop. Not Crimson. Girl, it's fucking red. Just say red. I'm playing Genshin. The game not working out for me. I'm playing Genshin currently. LOL, I've been playing for a couple of months and just I'm not made it to Inazuma. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not... They need to do something. They need to, like, adjust it so it's generous to new players. Because, like, I have so many people that, like, they'll come to my streams and they're like, Nem, I love that you talk about Genshin X, Y, and Z, and then they want to try it. And then they started and they're like, well, this is not going to work out. Love the look. Just a little chapstick and mascara. You know, just rolled out of bed. Took me, what? Forever to put my face on today. I took my time. Okay, let's go get a hairstyle. We gotta do another bob. We're doing another bob. Who let me out of my cage? That picture of the grandma in the cage. No money, felt that. Yeah, unfortunately, same. Wait, I gotta get rid of the glasses too. God damn it. This bob. How are you liking this game so far? I'm torn on buying it. Honestly, it's so good. I only took a break for it because I was playing it for like days on days, but it's honestly so good. I've honestly only seen good things about it on the timeline. I could be naive, but like I've seen like everybody really enjoying it. I just think like everybody when this game was coming out was just like intimidated by a new Pokemon game. They didn't want to see anything new. That's why, I mean, honestly, I don't think anybody that's played the game has given it a negative review. It's only, like, if they haven't or they just look at it from an outside perspective. Oh no, my hat got taken off. How dare you take my hat off, you balding bitch. Take your hat off. I hate that if I don't have money for the glasses, they're like, you don't get to look at them. You're too poor. Broke people should never laugh. Oh. I've had so many people, Ely, watching my stream that they're like, yeah, I'm gonna go buy this now. What a cute little fit. I'm like Raphael from the Ninja Turtles with like mixed with like Deadpool. That's fun. Let's go do some post game. But first, let me take a selfie. Do you remember that song? That song was so bad. I'm still here. I just need to reapply my lash. Because obviously it's not a thing. So how's everybody's day? I actually just put on a cosmetic that made me invisible. So, like, you know that episode of SpongeBob where he, like, sprays the can of invisible on them? And then they strip naked? That's a good episode. Well, now the other lash needs to get the attention and love it deserves, like this lash. Me just putting my lashes on again. Also, everybody wondering, don't use Maybelline foundation. I have this thing on my desk and it's giving me trauma from yesterday. Fuck you, Maybelline. I said it. Okay. I use Dermablend. And then I have this one from Wet n Wild that I've just been using because, like, it's just like a throwaway foundation that I have, and I'm just like trying to use it until it goes away. Kelp Nougat Crunch. Every time before Maddie, I was like, what are you even saying? But now I'm like, I understand. I get it. I understand completely. Kelp Nougat Crunch. Oh. Oh my god, wait, we're red. Oh my god, where's Talos? We are the Red Among Us character. Sus! Red is sus! I did that by accident. I didn't even think about it that way. Kelp Nougat Crunch. Not We Are Marshall's profile picture on Discord, please. I like saying it. I am literally so sus. Do you have the Shaman and Darkrai quest? No, I don't. We're doing them right now. I haven't been paying attention to any of the story. I've just been like kind of skipping. I saw, actually, not to bring up wrestling, because, you know, I love to bring up wrestling, but there's a wrestler, her name's Zelina Vega. She's currently the tag team champions. Period queen. She posted about this new game, and she's like, is this game, like, are they talking all the time? I was like, literally, like, same girl. Like, I hate how much they talk. Are these all the quests for post-game? I heard there's a boss. I'm like, I'll do it. Yes, I'm done with my questions. Okay, I know Caricature isn't here right now, but y'all need to go to Caricature's fucking Instagram. The Dross play they did of Kagita, amazing. I don't want to hear it, Kirsten. Ooh, do you watch AEW? I do and I don't. So I keep up with it with like some Instagram accounts that post like the stuff, but I haven't gotten into it. Talos has been trying to get me into it. But I love Jade and I love Ruby, obviously, because I'm a big Riot Squad, Liv Morgan, Ruby Riot stan. So I'm happy Jade and Ruby are like kind of the top of the division right now. So I mean, they have a good cast. I also like watching Impact with, into AEW. Isn't she? Literally so iconic. Honestly, some post-game stuff was hard. Oh no. I agree, Asa. So true. There's so much stuff to do post-game, it's fun. Oh god. Help Nougat Crunch. Hello? One of those days that my jaw hurt. I think I have a piece of gum left, but I have one piece of gum. Me, my jaw hurts. Also me, eats a piece of gum. I see my jaw to, like, move. Among Us! Okay. Oh, you got a lot of Pokemon. I'm really underleveled. Oh, not bad. Not a full restore, you beast. Oh, so you can't see it because my earrings are chroma keyed, but I'm wearing frog earrings. This Yakuza combat. Literally, I saw Queen Pip playing this Yakuza earlier. I was like stunning. I love that you picked the hardest one to start. What? Right, right. You know what I say to that? Kelp Nougat Crunch. You're so right, Telos. I should have. Who doesn't want to do the hardest first? Oh. Well, I'm having deja vu. Ew, this is scary. I've been having so many dreams and nightmares lately that predict the future. You know those, like, dreams that you can, like, see the future? I literally am. My dreams lately have only been, like, seeing the future. If you could gaze into the future, life would be a dream. Light it up. This game needs more Pokemon in it. The Pokedex only up to like 250 is pathetic, really. Sorry, I'll say it. Her level 45 serve. Against this level 65, you better slay. Okay, okay! I mean, levels don't really matter in this game. They still do damage like 20 levels higher. Danny, I've heard from inside sources, aka user Queersicle in the chat, that they are planning DLC. What was Danny Phantom to you? What do you mean? He was hot. And he messaged me today. I hate that, Brian. I hate that a lot. I keep having dreams about my ex-boyfriends too, and they like do terrible things and like ruin my life, and I'm like, oh, well, not far off from reality. Oh, you make a good point. Maybe it was my Twink Awakening. Leave it to Nickelodeon to ruin my life. I probably could have insta-killed him. I should have probably insta-killed. Damn it, I should have done. Damn, now we both only have one Pokemon left. Fuck. Mr. I forgot I had Dialga. What are you doing here? The casual Dialga here. Hey, King. Ooh, slay. Ooh, slay. When I didn't even have to do that. Max revive. It's fine. Mr. Meanie was literally so traumatizing. Like, what the fuck was that about? Like, literally what? None of my Pokemon getting EXP because they all fucking died. Okay. Not the fisting. Lore! Hi, bestie. So happy to see you. Thank you. It's actually, I got a bunch of tops from Charlotte Russe the other day. They were having a buy one, get two free sale. So I just got like a bunch of like cute tops. No, of course. I mean, you can't really see underneath, so people get that mistake a lot. Don't worry. If you're doing so well, I hope everything's going so amazing for you. Oh, Marshall, thank you for gifting a sub. Marshall being psychotic right now. Marshall in his psychotic era. Among Us! Marshall, Asa said that my character right now looks like your Discord profile picture. Lol. I need to spit out this gum. Shaking and crying. It literally does. By the way, just want to mention that today is the last day that we are going to be raising money for the Cure Rare Disease Foundation. So if anybody would like to make a small donation to Cure Rare Disease, you can do some of the exclamation point commands in the title of the stream. So go ahead and do that if you would like to make a tiny little donation. Anything helps, and 90% of the proceeds go to those in need. We would definitely really appreciate it. I had a dream that I was a Power Ranger. It was so camp. I missed the yellow Power Ranger. Rest in peace. He's not sad, he's just smoking a bong. So true. Your badge did change colors. It evolved. It evolved into a new, beautiful Chow baby. It went from angel of the world to a demon. So I hope you enjoy that. True. Double lore era, so true, bestie. Okay, so like I did the quest. I'm smacking this gum. I'm whacking and smacking. What did Pangina say on the episode of UK versus the World? Do you boys want to see me whack? They are so good. Is this the new Pokemon? I'm so lost when it comes to this game. Yeah, it is. It's the new Pokemon game. It's open world. It's really cute, really fun. But the Pokédex is really small. But I don't know if I could watch Drag Race Thailand because I'd want to see Pangina compete. You know. I'd be like, I can't see you behind the judges panel. You need to get on stage and you need to perform. I need to see it. Are my Pokemon alive? Okay, they are. I've heard it's really good. You know who you also love, Kirsten? What's their name? Orion? Not the Oregon Trail. I like how they literally just ripped off Demon Slayer with this. They're like, yeah. You know that one anime that this girl travels in a backpack? Well, we're gonna do that in Pokemon. Onion story time. Me when I have an onion. The girls spend money. Yeah, they showed the clip of that girl getting set on fire. I was like, that's camp. That could go very wrong. I don't know. Like, fire scares me. And people, like, love, like, using it in performances and stuff. And I'm like, oh my god, please. Okay, goodbye. I think it looks like the stinky rock boys. Literally watching people like do stuff with fire, I'm like, I am looking away. I'm airplane emoji looking away. It is scary. I don't think I've ever liked the rock Pokemon. Painfully obvious, but true. Oh my Jesus. Not me talking about fire scaring me and then I use Infernape. So true me. Yeah, there's Regigigas, Regigigas, Registeel, Reggie from Nintendo. What the fuck? My body is Reggie. Hey queen, hey king. I love that I've never just addressed that the kid is a clairvoyant, whatever that means. I also miss Reggie. What am I doing? Go away. Oh, I also added, if you want to see me stream some of these DS games, I added some DS games to my thing. Because, good mention of Tomodachi Life, because... No! My gut missed the trash! Okay, we're good. I think so. Ew! Oh my god. Yes, we got a streaming DS. It's so fun, Laura. Like, it's literally, like, some of the funnest shit I've seen. Sorry, my mouth is wet. You know why my mouth is watering? Because I'm thinking about, Kelp Nougat Crunch. I have those DS games for you, Nem. Which ones? I'll delete them right now. You said X, right? Not the full conversation. It was late in the night and I was falling asleep. You have Moon and Omega Ruby. Yeah, I need to add... I mean, I'm going to because there's this thing called, like, 206 games in one or something. So I'm gonna buy that and then get a stylus with it, because it's like... I really need, like, a tissue or something. Is Pokemon X region locked? Is it? My DS is it has a region unlocked, so if I get anything, I can play anything on it. I just need the physical game. I believe. I don't want to disclose that information on the live, Marisol. It was a pretty penny. I will DM you. What is the free shot? What? Everybody's telling me that I should mod my DS. Like, I'm like, how do you do that? I wish I would have known about this earlier. I shouldn't probably be talking about this on the live. I want that. That would save my life. Fave. Who's your fave on your team? I would say probably Ambipom. Isn't it? Oh, wait. You are weird. Get off me. No, I don't want to run away. I want to kill this thing so it leaves me the fuck alone. Yeah, I don't think I could do that. I don't think I have the patience for that. The modding part. The stone plate and icicle plate utility seems to be reacting to the door, but the remote... What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? Does it want me to pull out a stone Pokemon and an icicle Pokemon? He is so big. I will marry you one day. My god. Yeah, Dialga's just like hanging out. Oh, do you think? Wait, none of them are compatible with any of the plates. I thought you were onto something, but I guess not. That's weird. I mean, I would say we need a stone, a rock type, and an ice type, maybe, to stand in front of the door. Aren't you missing the steel plate? Am I? Oh, I guess I am. Oh, while we're here, let's go to the lakes. Hi, Uncle Coven. Hello? Hello? Whoa! Just a little guy. Oh my god. We have to fight this bitch? Oh! It's the level 70 for me. Let's calm down. Yeah! I know that's right. Sorry, my jaw, like, today, I don't know what about my jaw is, like, really hurting. I guess I, like, was grinding my teeth a lot in my sleep. Have you ever wanted to document your sleeping just so you know what's going on? I feel like that would scare me. Literally, you would see, like, so much happening. Honestly, in my sleep, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw a video of me, like, just, like, helicoptering in my sleep. I do some crazy shit. I don't know. Literally. I'm like, I don't need to know what happens. Oh! I'm so sorry to disturb anybody. Helicopter, helicopter. That new Kim Petra song. Why has Kim always got the hits? Lady Gaga. Hi, Barky. What if we hide in a smoke cloud? He can't see me. Queen, see me. Just a little guy. Okay. I want chicken. He's literally just a little guy. Like, actually just a little guy. Oh. Congratulations, Amy. We're gonna use an Ultra Ball. We're gonna use a big ball. Listen here. You're gonna go in the Pokeball and you're gonna like it. Bro, you need to go in the ball. I'm gonna kill you. Same. So true. There we go. He said, no, I will be not stuck in a Pokeball. How dare you? Pokemon has been caught. Can I go back home? What if you say no? I don't want my information to be reported. How dare you? What goes on? I like to think that they're like sitting in like a limousine. It's not like too big, but it's not too small. It's like kind of like a nice little comfy cottagecore kind of thing. Limousine, like a party bus. I just have like whatever color scheme going on in there. Customizable bedrooms. Catered to each Pokemon. Yeah. Sis Dink, thank you for the follow. Let's go see if we can find the shiny over here for shits and giggles. Do I have autosave off? I'm gonna enable it because we're doing post-game. You have yet to find a shiny? Oh my god. Is this Minecraft? No. No. Hello. Okay. What the? Othas. Big boy. Not Wordle. Oh, I killed it by accident. Oh no. That's not nice. Ow! I need a tissue. I need a tissue. Okay. Well then don't try to fight me if you're gonna run away, bitch. NT, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Okay. Get owned. It wasn't me. Okay, there's no shiny here, so it's fine. Goodbye. Miss Kimmy P has all the hits. You better work. I know that's right. I know that's right. If I find a shiny Apom, I would cry. I want one. What do you have for me, sir? No! Get away from me. Go away. Who's this twink? Get off me. Ever heard of stranger danger? Stay away. What? Oh, I ran past it. Lol. Oh, I can just run there. I don't even have to fly. Oh, there's Magikarps in the water. Baby, there's a Magikarp in the water. Y'all remember Miss Vivi Brown? Shark in the water? That was a classic. Put some respect on Vivi Brown. She's an icon. Literally, that song is so god tier. Changed how sharks live in the water for the rest of their lives. Darn, now I don't know what to do. Never mind. Yes, Degrassi. What was that channel? It was it was Nickelodeon, right? Not the crit on the one I want. Oh. Teen Nick. I never watched Degrassi. My sister would, though. Oh, girl did not come to play. Did she just use a... What move what's that called? Did she use the move estrogen? Period. Spirit trans icon, I think. Spirit used estrogen. True. It's only correct. My jaw hurts. Stop using recovery. It missed. I shit on her. Oh! Said, no, you will not do that to me, you beast. What the heck? Dialga! You're a disappointment to this family. Well, this is gonna be a long one. What type is she? It's just a matter of who can, if I have faster moves than her. Hopefully this Pokeball works. I beg. Because if she gets out of the Pokeball, she's gonna heal. Yes! Work. Not the Draco Malfoy plate. Based on her hints. It's my necklace. Okay, where are you? I more recently rewatched those movies and I was like, damn, they kind of slap. Like, why lie? I know she's like, we know she's horrible, but like, I'm sure she wasn't on set making the movie. Another day. Yeah, I wish she would have just shut her fucking mouth. Never seen the movies? Oh my god. They're so good. Like, yeah, she's awful, but why lie? The movies are fantastic. So good. The way she could have just sat with her money and been quiet. And then she decided to open her stupid poopy. I'm not a fan. Oh, okay. Alright. Ow. No piss, baby. Oh, but there's a big boy. Oh wow, there's a lot. The way I just caught my first alpha Pokemon by accident. Nice. What do you mean? Who's hunting me? Get away. Know your place. Hello. What's over there? What are we afraid of? Thank you for coming all this way. We're going underneath a volcano. Wait, I don't know if that makes... I don't know if this is scientifically correct. This is a volcano and we're going underneath it. Okay. Sure. I hate this Pokemon. Why is he in this game? Is he a legendary? Talk about a flop. Why can't I fight him? Oh, I have to throw mud at him? I don't know. He's so fucking ugly. I hate this Pokemon. Like, I hate this Pokemon. All my homies hate Heatran. This is you at 8 a.m. Oh, nice. The disrespect of catching him in a normal Pokeball. You fuck! I love that we've done this entire playthrough with no grass or water type Pokemon. Well, Gardevoir is kinda. Need to get a monster. I know you're lying. Fuck off, dude. Bro, you have no health! Okay. I've made up my mind. Okay. Do you fucking mind, bro? I'm going to get a monster. That was literally horse shit. Fuck you, dude. Hi, QB. Big stretch. Oh my god, could you feel that? Oh. I can't believe I napped for as long as I did. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take a cute little nap before stream, and then I ended up sleeping from 2 o'clock to 8 o'clock. I just throw things around. Still a beauty sleep. Thankfully, so I can look pretty today. Okay, are my Pokemon still dead? Okay, that's lovely. I think the reason I've also been sleeping a lot is because I haven't had caffeine, so like caffeine headaches and shit have been like really fucking me up. I don't know why I didn't have caffeine yesterday. Like I just did not have caffeine at all. I could definitely use a rest. Still thinking about the final boss fight from the story. That fight was so fun. I want DLC. Make it happen, Nintendo. Where the fuck is the first Nintendo Direct of the year? Like, where the fuck are you? Where's the Nintendo Direct? Apparently, they had a PlayStation presentation. You know, the State of Plays. They had that. But it was just for, like, a sports racing game. I was like, okay. So, I don't know where these games... Because, like, anybody new to the channel, we do, like, live coverage of all of the events and we co-stream them. But I haven't seen any on the map. Like, there are not any scheduled for any time soon. The closest one I can think is PAX. And I will be at PAX East, if anybody's wondering. And I'm booking my hotel in a couple days. Very excited. Please. What? Okay. That's so funny. This Pokemon is so fucking ugly. I hate you. Who likes this Pokemon? Quickly. Who? Who likes this ugly rodent with warts all over his body? Who the fuck likes him? I hate him. Is he a legendary? Is Heatran a legendary? Okay. Just letting anybody be legendary nowadays, we'll just say that. Ah, no one likes you! Ow! Not even your mother. Well, I ran out of balls of mud, so we lost. Pee-pee! The way the balls of mud don't respawn. Okay. Where do I get balls of mud? Hello. No. I don't want to fight you, Paulina. I'm looking for balls of mud. You know, it'd be kind of a serve if I caught this. Can I swim in the... Oh, low battery. Where is Majora's Mask? I check. What is Nintendo doing lately? They're just finger banging a Hot Pocket. Like, I don't understand. Clearly. I fall to my death. Come here. Okay, but what flavor? I've never had a Hot Pocket before. That and pizza rolls. Everybody's always like, oh my god, pizza rolls, Hot Pockets, heart eyes emoji, and I'm like, I literally, no. It's a no from me. Not they fucking. Oh, they fucking. Help you get crunch flavored. That's like me with like cosmic brownies. I used to eat those like so often, and then like that scandal of the one having worms inside of it, that was traumatizing. Y'all remember cosmic brownies? Anybody? Anybody? Are they just an East Coast thing? Yeah. Yes. Someone found worms in their cosmic brownie. Yes! The whole pack had worms in it, and then inside the fucking thing, like it was a brand new pack. I'm traumatized to this day. Remember, I have a whole box in my room right now. Please! Get rid of them. Get rid of the evidence. Not they used to sell them at school. Oh, I don't want to run away. You know what they should sell at schools? Help you get crunch. I need to go find the tweets. Where is Maddie? There was a story a girl found worms in her Capri Sun. Turned out they left it in the sun or something and it just got moldy. Stop. That scares me, Ryan. This is why I don't know. This is why I stick to my french fries and I'm cool, but there is a shortage right now, so you know, we're not gonna talk about it. Can you go in the ball? Just stay. Can I have nothing good in life? Apparently not. I want you to be my friend. Okay, I'll take that as a no. Harming, what's Ligma? Tell me. No, but I will say, since we're talking about food, my favorite is at McDonald's, the DN Happy Meal. That's my favorite right now. Please go in the ball, please. Please. I also love Capri Suns. They have Capri Suns that have Mario and Rabbids on them right now. It's kind of a serve. Okay, I guess we're running away. I want... Oh! Oh, I thought there was a shiny, but it was just the Ninetales using her move. I want McDonald's so bad. Wait, what time is it? Oh, never mind. I was gonna ask my sister to bring home McDonald's, but it's way later than I thought. I'm not gonna say it. What is this? Heavy Ball? Leaden Ball? An improvement to the original Heavy Ball design. A ball is too heavy to fly or far, but is lightly effective if you manage to hit an unexpected Pokemon. A ball is too heavy to fly or far, but it is... Oh, so these are like to sneak up. Then what's better, a Great Ball or an Ultra Ball? Ultra Ball, right? Yeah. Then how do we get more? You smell like beef. What the fuck am I supposed to do? So you can't buy them. I don't want to fill out the Pokédex and rank up! Well, I need to find balls of fucking mud, apparently. So, I don't know where those are at. In the Mirelands. Okay. What's the tea? Very good tea. Okay. It's okay, Psyduck. We're cool. We're cool. Like, let's not. Ava, please! Hello, Avacious. How are you doing today, honey? Oh! Not me landing on top of an Onyx. Oh! Oh, I thought this was the Poopy Lands. This doesn't look like Poopy. Oh wait, I think there's one right there. That's a rock. Clearly okay. We're doing some post-game today, Ava Bestie. Oh. Game looking like a slideshow for a second. I slurp. Oh, we don't have him. Damn it. Okay, well, I guess we're not gonna have him. Oh, Jesus. Calm down now. Okay, a place called the Sludge Mound. First of all, sounds sus, but also, let's hope there's mud over there. Hold on a second. That's very weird. My settings changed by themselves. Very odd. I keep getting confused with rocks, thinking they're the... Wait. Oh. Back again. You will be mine this time. Rivalry of the century. Let's see if we can get him this time. Oh my. It's a rock! Okay, no, just get, like, why? Just get in the ball. It's okay. I support you. I will feed you. I will love you. Like, it's okay. I love a bear. This is me trying to get a husband. Oh my god. Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm so happy. I didn't think that was gonna happen. We did it, y'all. We finally got him. I want to say crisscross applesauce, first of all. Second of all, I want to adjust my blanket. Third of all, I need to find these mud things. Oh! haven't been to the second zone in a while, but I remember they're somewhere. They also look like grass. Interesting. What is that? Oh. Fuck you. No, it's not low battery. You're lying. I just got comfy. I don't want to get up. Not my ring fit. When are we gonna do a ring fit stream? Why have I not done that yet? This isn't it. This isn't it. I'm all tangled in these cords. What have I done? It's bad. It's just like a bin of cords that I have because I'm irresponsible. And now that I'm looking for the cord I need, I don't... Oh, is it right here? Oh, it's right here. It was already plugged in. Oh, well. Well, yeah. Well, you don't want to see under my desk. Unless you want to be under my desk. Ho! That isn't an invitation for anyone to be pervy in my chat. Anyways. It was a joke. It was a meme. Okay, anyways. Under my desk, unfortunately, because, like, I'm a retro streamer, I have a bunch of fucking cords. So it's horrible. It's so ugly. Okay. Bam 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 na na na. But what the fuck? Anyways, I'm just here to get some mud. Penis. Sorry. Oh, is this them? I think this is it right here. No, it's not. Okay. Fuck my drag. Hi, Miley. How you doing? I'm at work right now, but I'll be lurking until I get home. Where do you work? You can bully Geodudes and they'll drop them. True, true, true. Why did they not respawn in that boss thing? That's so stupid. Did someone say penis? Did somebody say Oprah? I love that the entire world hates Paras in this game. It's so fucking funny. I hate Paras. Why is there an unknown right here? Hello? Does anyone see? Hello? Is he okay? Not that's quite the heavy penis. Speaking of Cornbread. Cornbread has a Twitch. Y'all see that? Their setup looks so nice, so cute. I catch it. I don't want that thing near me. Yeah, good for Cornbread. That's honestly such a smart idea. Like, after, like, the whole season, like, if you saw what happened, like, perfect timing for them to start a Twitch, right? Because, like, you know. Oh, yes! SB is a great roomie. They're so nice. I want to be their roomie. I love SB. Misty, rating with a party of 9. How are you doing, Angel? Haven't seen you in a while. What's going on? Thanks for the raid. What's up? How was stream? Anybody coming in off the raid? I'm Nemesis. I run the network around here almost every day of the week. We do lots of Pokemon. We do lots of retro games. We're a variety streamer. Have lots of fun over here. I want this Raichu. You will be mine. Okay. Are you living for this game? Of course. I feel like everybody's living for the game, are they not? Have you tried it, Misty? Already, please follow Misty. Let me make Misty a VIP. I try to make all my team members VIPs. I don't know why I haven't made you a VIP, darling. I found a mound. Oh. Please, please, I want you more than anything. You're just a big boy. I love you. Shiny Gligar, Loki kind of jelly. Isn't he so cute? I love my, my team is like monochromatic. Like Gligar, Haunter are like the same color scheme. It's so cute. Literally 95% of my online Switch friends are playing right now. Please! We had a great stream, though. Thank you so, so much for the raid. I'm so happy to see you. I hope you're doing amazing. Stay, I want you. I couldn't remember if I'm wearing earrings or not. Do I have anybody that has, like, sleeping? I don't think so. They're green-screened frog earrings. I love... Look at him looking at me. He's like, I'm gonna kill your entire team and your family. Just love me, pick me, choose me, love me. He's really chewing my team up. Did you just quote Grey's Anatomy? Of course I didn't. The fuck? Who's watching that show still? What a dumb show. Sorry. Season 37 they're on or some bullshit. It's not. Right. Hey, New Back Gamer, how you doing? Sorry, I'm eating a granola bar right now. They're cutting my ass up. Yes. I hope Cornbread goes to PAX with SB. Because me and SB and Chalora are going to PAX together. And Trashly, I think. Very excited about that. Me, Chalora, SB, Trashly, Les, Kiyoshi, lots of stream queens. I didn't expect a lot to be like on the East Coast, but I'm very excited. I want to go to Chicago so bad though. Like so bad. I wish there was like, well, I could go... I want to go to like market days one day, but I wouldn't like travel to go to market days because, you know, I don't live in the area. I guess I'm just gonna do every other quest besides the fucking Heatran one. There's a granola bar in my tooth. My chair is rickety crickety. We need to replace it. Let me put a gaming chair on my wish list. On Throne. I got it. I got it out of my teethies. Where are you meeting them? Kirsten? 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 Kirsten. Listen, I'm saying it correctly. I saw someone tweet about this Melly character and they were like, this dramatic F word. I was like, please? My character right now is so non-binary vibes. Oh, Cresselia! Cresselia is so underrated, I have to say. What the fuck? What the shit? The controls are reversed right now. That's so cool. I love Cresselia. She's so mystical and magical and beautiful. Look at her. Mystical. Please. I know you come through with the puns. I can always count on you with a pun. Which is a new move. What is shiny Cresselia colors? What's the color scheme? I feel like I'm on such a Pokemon kick. I don't know, like I'm so... Like after we play Auras, I want to play Poke Park. Poke Park is such a fun game. Please don't kill her. Oh. The halo thing on the back and her wings are blue and her body is purple. Oh. So like... Pokemon Sugma and Ligma. Prince Harming, what does Sugma and Ligma mean? Can you please tell me? Gligar, do something! I'm not authorized. That's fine. At least I have my DN Happy Meal, and you'll never have it. Can someone do something on my team? Why is nobody putting in the work? What are y'all doing? We're gonna be here forever. Because I can't, she needs to be low. Oh my god. Ligma. I shouldn't have used that move. Yeah, these Pokemon are fucking mean. Kel did say this is hard, so... The healing. The healing. I don't have Ultra Balls because I'm a noob. This is the one. I'm gonna get it. Okay. I'm feeling overwhelmed. Fuck! Yeah, Infernape, we're gonna fuck her up. You hear me? We're gonna win. Yeah! Slay! Oh my god! I kinda ate that. Like, why lie? You're all just gonna stand there while she's... Wait, so she just, like, stands there? So what if I, hypothetically, snuck up on her? This stealth mission, watch this. Y'all ain't ready for my tactics. Oh, she sees me. No, you don't see me. It's okay. I'm not here. I'm not here. You don't see anything. The way she's trying to murder me, so true. You don't see me. Cresselia. Okay. Goodbye. Fuck away, yay, yay. A Pokemon sniper rifle. It's like, oh. We're gonna have to pee so bad I'm doing the pee-pee dance. Ugh! I need to pee. But don't talk shit about me. No promises. But thank you for the lurk. We need to reassess our lives in the village. I'm gonna go back to the village after I pee, and we're gonna reassess everything. So cold here. Still so much snow outside. I'm tired. I want to see snow again for 5 years. I like snow when it's like comfy and like nice, and I have a nice home to live in, but our house is struggling, so. Our house is struggling, I'm struggling, my PC is struggling. We're all struggling. A small dusting of snow. Yeah, that's what I like a comfortable night. Like, not 24 inches of snow like I got recently. Like, what the fuck was that? Okay, honestly, you can turn your character into literally, into a Sheikah from Zelda. I should have put it on. God damn it. Fucking... Oh, you can still change your shoes? I didn't know that. Hi, Doxy. My character has gone through so many just changes with their hairstyle in the last like 20 minutes. I wish there was like a... Thank you so much. God damn it. I keep forgetting to tell her not to put... You need to put the hat back on, bitch. I'm Zelda character. Arg, 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 arg. Oh. I have no fucking... Fuck. Fuck. Well, I guess maybe... Oh, there's another hairstyle thing. We have to get a Cresselia. A new base camp. New items added to the... What? I didn't know this could happen. Okay. Well, I want to do Lost and Found, too. I have to be out on the land to do it. I don't know, like, how these really work. They're kind of confusing to me. Apparently it contains... Like, how do you find these? Do you have to dig them up? You probably have to fucking dig them up with the guy. Oh. Boo. You stink. The bear guy. Put that shit right back on. I went through the Nemesis out of context the other day. Well, last night. I made it so it's like... I cleared up some clips I didn't like. Like some of me out of drag I deleted. There's not a lot of clips on there anymore, but it's like... The ones that are there, they're like the best ones. Opposed to ones that are like just not used. Are you winning? No. How you doing, Gigo Sky? How you doing? What is that? Let's... Why am I even here? Oh, because I wanted to look for lost satchels. I did an 8-hour stream last night. I literally have been in bed all day. Me. I've been streaming all weekend. But it's worth it. Just have a really bad headache. Caffeine headache. Oh, they're just little packages on the ground. Good morning, HR. Where's my primer? I think that's it. I have it. It's like one of the most viewed clips. Like not on the account, but just on my channel, which is funny. Yeah, I was looking at clips and I was like, why was I out of drag so much on the channel? Pachirisu's in this game? Since when? I want big Pachirisu. Love me. I haven't seen a Pachirisu until now. I don't know how, but I did. I'm proud of you for doing that. Yeah, I definitely... Well, I think I benefit from not getting ready on camera, because, like, when I get ready off camera, first of all, the BRBs aren't forever. Second of all, I get, like, ready for the stream, like, I hype myself up. Third, I don't like myself out of drag, and people won't misgender me. When I start the stream, they're like, oh my god, yes, you're giving trade. I'm not a man, and I don't know who needs to know this, but trade is one of the vocabulary words that literally associates with a male presence. So don't call people that don't identify with male pronouns trade. So yeah. It's so weird. Is it like, it's so weird. I remember I saw that, I think I sent it to the Discord a while ago. Someone said that Kylie was trade, and I'm like, and I blocked that guy on TikTok because he's like defending it. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. You don't call a trans woman trade, and you're like, I was just no. Exactly. Like, I hate that. I like on All-Star 6 when they called it out. They were like, trade is not just like who you think is hot. It's literally like DL, like guys that is very straight posing that you think he would, like, he wouldn't get with you. You know what I mean? Like, he's very, like straight, very, it's literally, like I said, I don't have to explain myself further. Just gay people use, like, ruining a word that they just don't want to look up and understand the meaning of. Like the twinks on TV. Am I the trade? No, you're not. Enjoy sugar-free memes. Enjoy your subscription, your gifted sub. What the fuck is a Torterra doing over there? Hello? Okay. Interesting. But, like, also, Ava, I was looking through those clips and I was like, damn, like, some of those clips are so old already. Also, the lighting was off in a lot of them, but, like, when I... What was one I was thinking about? Well, the SpongeBob ones are from 2 years ago when we played on the front page. That's from already 2020. That's 2 years ago. Okay, well, I didn't want to kill it, but I did. So that's unfortunate. What am I fighting right now? Bro, go away. I got a ball of mud, period. Why have I never been to this area? Why am I, like, discovering new Pokemon all of a sudden? Like, what is happening? Whoever's, like, hunting me right now, you can go away. You can back it up a little bit. Can you move? I need a Tylenol really, really bad. But I don't want to get up. Can someone get a Tylenol for me, please? It's what I deserve. Have another monster. I haven't even finished the first one! What, am I making up for yesterday? Anne's like, yeah, you should have a heart attack on stream. It'd be nice. It'd be nice content. Thank you so much. I eat it. People that take pills dry, are you okay? Just like thinking. Like, are you good? Are you okay? The Pachirisu falling out of the tree. Like, how do you take pills dry? Seems a little psychotic to me. I didn't start. Can you go away, Skunky? No one asked. I believe that woman is immune to pain. My mom can too. Mom's really be girl bossing it up. But like, how in the world? Like, I didn't start taking pills until like 2 years ago. Or even like this year. But like, last year. I used to only take like, whatever it's called, liquid. And doctors are like, you're gonna have to grow up. And I'm like, I don't care. So I have a shy gag reflex. It's not good for, but you know. Who cares? Well, it's their job, so they can deal with it. Doctors are a nightmare for me, so. What is that? Oh, little turtwig farm! Oh my god! Little turtwigs. This is gonna kill this poor Turtwig. Can I just run? I don't want to hurt it. I regret my decisions. That is so cute. They're just hanging out over here. Little bros hanging out. Just farming for materials. So like, you're supposed to just find these satchels. Like, I have not been able to find one this entire game playthrough, and we played for 5 streams now. Seems a little ridiculous. Bidoof. Pidoof. What was that? Remember when everybody wanted Flygon to get a Mega Evolution and they just didn't give it to us? That was so nasty. That was like peak controversy in the early 2000s. Like 2010, 2012, 2013. Like, it was literally like everybody and their mom was like, give Flygon a Mega Evolution. And then Nintendo was like, we are not listening. We see your messages. We are not responding. I didn't want to do that. Sorry. Owned. Get off me. Yeah, I used to crush my medicine and put it in ice cream. They said while doing the Gundam style dance, please. Gundam style. I do the Fortnite Gundam style dance. I walk around. I'm sad I didn't get the Green Goblin skin. But I don't want to spend money right now. Adulting. Hashtag. Hashtag adulting probs. I mean, I'm pretty proud of myself. Not to expose my sister on the live, but like, my mom and I were having a conversation about it, and I was like, I have money, but like, some people just be like, I have no money in my bank account right now, and I'm like, really? No offense to anybody that's like that, but I used to also be like that. But now my anxiety is like, you need something in there, because when I had ex-roommates, when I used to live with roommates before, they wouldn't pay their rent. So after I had that whole thing of like being scared that I was gonna get kicked out of my apartment, I always have to have money in my bank account now. With my roommates, I always had to pay their rent. And like, it was just so traumatic. Where I died, I got so mad, please. Wait until VHS gets dances and stuff. That game's gonna be so toxic. It's already so toxic. Imagine if Fortnite had every single person in the match, 100 people in a voice chat. There could be 100 people in a Fortnite voice chat. How do you get stuff like that, Asa? Like the cosmetics in the shop? A little trans woman is raiding with a party of 15. Hi, babe. How are you doing? So happy to see you. We're currently doing post-game in Pokemon. We're kind of just walking around doing nothing right now, honestly. So if anybody's afraid of spoilers, do not be afraid. You're safe here. How was the stream? What did you do? Thank you for the raid. Anybody coming off the raid? I am a non-binary trans retro variety streamer over here on my channel. Love to have you. Sorry, my brain's like off right now. I really need a Tylenol. Who's the new character in Valorant? What are their pronouns? Who are they? What do they look like? Oh! I can't see! New for me, I just love. Oh, I love her! She's gorgeous. What the fuck? I just landed on the tree. That was rigged. Okay, so I haven't found a satchel still, so that needs to change, I fear. Oh, we're back home. I love Valorant. I want to stream it, but it's hard to stream FPSs for me, honestly. Especially that one, because it's so competitive. Me with this. We're trying to do stuff and like keep getting killed, and the Pokemon are being mean to me. So we need Hippopotas and Curlia. Oh, I remember there's a Curlia. Where is that land? I think it's this way. Yeah, it's this way. Maybe I can catch the Lickitung. Wait. No, it's not. Where is this place? That I'm thinking about. Oh, it's in a different area. Lol. Damn, we lost. Keep yawning. Shut up. Don't joke about that, Telos. That could be very real one day. Flub, thank you for the follow. I'm not. I just slept all day. I hate when I yawn when I'm bored. Can I, like, get a surgery to remove that? Like, it happens too often. I slept all day, Talo! Shut up! I hate this man in the chat right now. I don't want to collect acorns, and you all make me want to shit and fart. I don't have a hippopot. Fuck you. I'm not playing Among Us. Fuck. That scared me. Why all the shouting? I'm leaving. You can have a fun stream without me. Oh, okay. I almost double-fisted this in the monster. Oh, I can't. I gotta get off camera for this. I can't do this on camera. Do you want gay shit? Okay, I just took a Tylenol, so hopefully I'll be better in a second. Whenever it decides to kick in. Just my jaw. My jaw, like, I really need to, like, I don't know. The Tylenol will help with my jaw, though, too. Okay, Ooh. Honestly, burping is so sexy. Not gonna lie. Like, why be weak to it? Why lie? Where is Cresselia? I guess I just, like, was grinding my teeth a lot in my sleep. Because I was sleeping good. I had a nice sleep, finally, for the first time in fucking forever. Why is your body from the neck up trying to kill you? Good question. Next question. I'm so lost in this video game right now. Curlia's in this area. I'm not crazy. I don't remember how to get there. I don't like Pop-Tarts. I mean, strawberry, I guess? I used to have strawberry Pop-Tarts. But I did eat them. What is a Pop-Tart even supposed to be? Like, when you sell a Pop-Tart, like, what is this? A strudel? What the fuck is a strudel? The fuck does that mean? Yeah, I want poppers so I can inhale the poppers. And die. True. A toaster pastry? Is that sanitary? Get in the ball. Get in the ball. You fuck! Get in the ball. Get in the ball. Don't make me do this. You're sick. Wait, trying to run away. What do you mean, ew? He's cute. Don't be mean. He's a cutie. Why does he make... Shut up. Y'all are so... Yeah, this Pokemon's name is Ligma. What? That's a knee slapper. Now everybody slap your knees. Ahaha. Pick me. Choose me. Love me. Why don't any of these alpha Pokemon love me? Because they're alpha males? Makes sense. Hi, Maxie. Hey, little guy. I'm just a little guy. What show am I quoting? I don't even know what I'm quoting. Am I not allowed to have nice things? No. He has no health. How is this fair? You have no health. Just get in the... Okay. Goodbye. You all make me angry. This game isn't fun anymore. I need a Cresselia. One of you needs to be a Cresselia. I think that's a Cresselia right there. Yeah, it is. Hello, Queen. Okay, and now we need a hippo puntapoopy. A hippo poopy. There's a hippo poopy. Perfect. Is that the right Pokemon though? I think that is. Yep, it is. We did it. We did it, Joe. We did it. Oh, where are the satchels? I haven't found a single satchel. Do you think there's like a guide? Do they all show up in the same spot? Apparently there's new hairstyles and gonna be new outfits. So let's hope these are good. Hello, ma'am. Riff, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Fuck you, lady. Oh, you need a male and a female? Oh, so you only believe in two genders? Interesting. I can't chat. Okay. Show me the hairstyles. Oh, she loves to dance. New hairstyles. What are they? Let's see what they are. Oh yes, I want a new hairstyle. Let me change the color. Oh, she gave us this hairstyle. I love that hairstyle. Very pretty. Oh. This is supposed to be Brock's hairstyle? That's funny. I like that hairstyle. The updo. A nice top knot. Finish Bravely Default 2. I can finally breathe again until Bravely Default and Bravely Second get remastered. Was it good? Did you like it? How are you doing, Mac? Happy to see ya. So, she wants a what? So we have a hippopotamus. She wants a hippo. She wants... Okay. She wants two genders. Any gender looking like a sleigh. Whatever the fucking lyrics are. What the fuck was that? We got a donation to the Tiltify. Thank you so much. Hold on, let me pull it up. Thank you for donating to Cure Rare Disease. We really appreciate it. We've been partnering up all weekend. supporting the campaign indefinitely. Miley donated $30 to the Tiltify. Thanks, babe. You always treat us so well over here. Thank you so much. Keep it going. Yeah, keep making some donations to cure rare disease. No, thank you. I was reading the article for Cure Rare Disease, and I said this yesterday, but I'm going to say it again. But I thought it was very interesting that they said modern medicine usually takes, its average is 10 years to make medicine for these Cure Rare Diseases, and about $1 billion. $2 billion, actually. But with Cure Rare Disease and their stuff they do over there, they are trying to bring it down to 2 years and $2 million, which I know it sounds crazy, but like 10 years to 2 years and then 2 billion to 2 million, it's really a huge margin. So we love and support those that cure rare disease. Helping out and supporting. And y'all for donating. Thanks for donating. I know, they're still really high numbers, but like all the donations go to help, and like, I mean, it's such a big difference. Like, if you think about 2 billion and 2 million, it's another zero, and like 1 million out of 2 billion is not even gonna like do anything. You know what I mean? It doesn't even touch the surface. Doesn't put a dent in it. Literally nuts. What? What is with my depth perception right now? Hello? You can catch them? Oh. Oh. I didn't know you could catch them. This entire time. Wow. This is really embarrassing, isn't it? They have a curve? Whoa! What the fuck? If I knew they did that, I would have started crafting shit like that. That's nuts. That's freaking bananas. That's crazy. That's cuckoo bonanza. I gotta send that to next one. Oh my god, Kyne's getting married? line from Canada's Drag Race? My heart! Ew, that filter. It looks so ugly. That's cuckoo bonanza. Bonanza. Okay, what are we doing? What's going on? Why did I travel here? What are we, I literally don't even know what's happening. Oh, you know what? I wanted to look up if there's a way. How to refine? Okay. Oh, they're on the map? Oh my fucking god. Y'all are so shady! I know y'all are playing this game and I've been asking how you find the satchels. They're on the map! Y'all are rude. That is so embarrassing. I am literally Twitch's bimbo. I love that you're learning so much after already beating the game. Wow. I love that you stayed quiet, QB. Maybe water signs don't get along after all. Hey now. I got one! We won. Nem, please stop yelling at me. Your team is tagged cozy. No! It is cozy. I'm nice and cozy. Are you not? Spell. I ate with this pole. Did I miss it? I missed it. What the fuck? I wish there was a PP option. True. Penis slay. Sad. I was really disappointed the other day when yeah. Not break your fault, like you step on their neck. Like you crash land into them. Use them as a couch cushion. I mean, I could just fly down. I can't believe my computer blue screened. I'm scared for myself. I'm worried. If anyone's interested, I am doing a 24-hour stream for my birthday to fund a new PC, but if you want to make a donation, you can do !PC for the crowd fund. I think that's the first time I've gotten that. I hope it's the only time I'll get that. I really want to fist fight Bidoof one day. Bidoof is so popular nowadays. I'm like, damn. They really out here. Back in the day, everybody fucking hated Bidoof. There's a satchel. Here it is. I am glad that... Wait. What's over here? I've never been over here. Not a Paris. Hair piss. My piss slit. Take this off the map, take this off the map. This area is clear, no more satchels to my knowledge, so we're good. I was just threw up. I threw up. Ugh. Okay, are you pleased now? There we go. Now are you happy? Wow. Look at the color and the size difference of these Pokemon. I didn't know there was actually a difference between them. That's actually really interesting. What clothes you got? She's gonna yell at me because I'm too broke and she's not gonna show me the outfits. She's gonna be like, you're ugly. Oh, oh my god, awesome. There's gonna be more costumes. Cool. Let's do it. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna do it right now. Wait, how do you return the satchels? Oh! I almost just spilled my monster and I would have cried. It would have been really sad. While you're out in the field, open the ARC phone, see the satchels. The easiest way to locate. Once you've come across someone's satchel, press the A button after collect it. After that, go to the community making tab and choose the satchel and return it to the person to receive your reward. Interesting. I find it weird that it's like in a whole different like category. That's still a lot. Like, you have to do a lot of the style. I know they're easy to get, but like 1,000 for one of these, like that's a lot. Oh! I have to pee. Is there an Everstone in here? Are there really no Everstones? What? Well, actually, you don't need an Everstone anymore. I forgot. You don't. I got Oras and this mixed up. You don't need Everstone anymore. You can choose when to evolve them. I have to pee. I'll be right back. I'm back. You can also get them from the distortion thingies? What do you mean? Oh, you get these points from the distortion thingies? I get my blankie. Love a nice fleece blankie. Oh, the wrong way. Let us go. Let us roam. So we need a Shellos too. So we'll go to the coastal area next. And we'll see if we can kill Heatran. We still need the Pokeballs though. Maybe there's a quest that I can get some Pokeballs. Let's see. No. That's all the hairstyles, I guess. I just got so dizzy. That was scary. Oh, I got the cord to evolve the Pokemon. Work on your Pokédex, get the Ultra Balls. Okay. But I still have to like level up, won't I? I have to like level up like another level, like star level. That's a lot. That's a lot of EXP I need. And I still have to like craft them, right? Like I'm gonna need the materials. True. It's grindy. Why did I come in here? I want to change my outfit. Where's the... There we go. I'll put my mask back on. Mask up! I really like this shirt. I'm not a purple type of gal, but I really like this shirt. I'm glad I went to the mall the other day. It was really fun. My favorite thing, honestly, I know I went with my mom, but like, I went on a date, I want to say like 2 months ago, and it was so lackluster, but like, I love like going on mall dates, like going to a mall and just like walking around. Going around the mall and just like walking around the mall and like on a date like that. Like, those are some of my favorite times to like. And you'd be like, oh my god, I like that. And then they'll be like, oh my god, I'll buy you that. And you're like, oh my god, yes. Like, or just going with friends too. I like going to the mall with friends. We are taking an intermission to shiny hunt for this Chancey because I want her. I yearn for her. She's a queen. Okay, where are we going? Zoom out. She's on the bot. Bot side. Wish my mall wasn't dead. Yeah. I mean, there was a closer mall to me, but then they literally like destroyed it. It was wild. Welcome back, Marshy. It's literally just a movie theater. I love mine is pretty stacked, but you have to drive a little way. No, we're trying to hunt right now for Chancey. She's a long way away, though. I hope we get her first encounter, because this is like a commute. I feel like I'm taking the MBTA. The swarm of them right there, that's intimidating to me. Oh no, I don't have enough Pokeballs. And it's gigantic. 5, 4, 3, 2. Ba-da-da-ba. Well, on the road again. I really want shiny Psyduck, but it's like blue. It's really cute. When they make shinies, why do they like sometimes make them lackluster? Like Leafreon shiny? Like, what were they thinking? Oh, is Cast Form in this game? I love cast form. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. No, not Pichu. I love Pichu. He's one of my mains in Smash. Oh, they're not hostile. They run. That one across the way, though, is. Where'd she run so far? So true. Why PI cam? Oh, we have to close out the game. Penny Jen looking like a sleigh. Wow, gamer. Wow, whoop, whoop. Back to the middle and round again. Drag has ruined World of Warcraft for life. Oh, Mr. Mime and thing. So cute. Did I say that? Oh, I did. I was like, did I even... What did I say? Who are you people? I actually have no idea what shiny Chancey looks like. Don't tell me. I just kind of want to be surprised about it. Is shiny Duskox any good? I actually think I would shiny hunt if I saw that one. Ooh, I love a maroon. Wait, I forgot they're not hostile, so I can just go in guns blazing. Maybe that wasn't the best term to use for that. I don't think it's gonna be in this group. Yeah, no, it's not. Okay, whatever. It's not in this group anyway, so who cares? Be nice. Thinking about Brock Lesnar and Ronda Rousey won WrestleMania this year. I mean, run Royal Rumble. We really lost. Not Alyssa's apology. I hate Ronda Rousey, not clickbait. Me too. I think we all were enjoying it. Also, I did some math and love Charlotte. She's a great wrestler. WoW did it before WoW Presents. Period. They should sue. Sue World of Wonder. They deserve it. Not upping that prize money for the queens. Give the queens more money. So love Charlotte Flair, but she won Royal Rumble 2020, and then she was in the top 2 for the next year after that, and then she was in the top 2 again this year. I was like, what's that about? What the fuck? Yeah, exactly. I've never watched wrestling. At least you're listening. I just like talking about my passions. I go crazy. Damn. I just want to ask Rue why he hates H&M. Yeah! And then he decided to wear those, like, short little mini dresses. Okay, girl. Sure. And then decided to... Okay. I'm not going to be mean to Miss Paul. I'll be nice. Thank you. I literally know so much about wrestling and Genshin Impact. It's insane. I probably shouldn't, but... I want, like, chicken right now. Ugh! I just want to, like, snap my fingers and then food should be ready for me. You know? Yeah. Not a shiny snow run! I want to hunt for a shiny snow run swing and a shiny Frostlass! I love Angeria. Honestly, this season's really good. I'm not gonna lie. Like, why lie? The season's actually, like, really good. "13 felt weird. I think, like, obviously towards the end, like, Obviously, it was Simone's year, but it just like felt like an off season. It was very bizarre. I can send Chicken Tendy's very carrier pigeon. Perfect. That sounds great to me. I'll be waiting. They arrive like frozen, like they're out of the fridge. My god. Oh yeah, and Denali was in 13 too. The way I forgot. Oh. I'll do normal and I'll add some pepper, some parsley. I like adding just like a bunch of fucking shit. Oh. The way I landed on top of that, poor Chancey. No, it was not fun to watch at all. Hola, mis amores. Hi, Serena bestie.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
I wasn't talking to you.
Okay.
Fuck you, lady. God damn it. Yes, very overly produced. I like when Drag Race just feels organic. Like the first like 4 episodes were really like okay. I felt her like passive aggressiveness. I felt it in my soul. That was so messed up. Just had to say you look beautiful. Thanks, babe. Thanks for following, helping the numbers. I appreciate it. Trixie was great on the pit stop, I will have to say. I do agree. But I do like Monet on the pit stop right now, too. Even if they... What? The 2 outbreaks right now? They're like, you're gonna get a shiny. You're gonna get one. Honestly, Violet should host the pit stop. I'm sorry. Well, no. I think she should be a guest, because, like, if you host, you're not really able to post your 2 cents. We're having a lovely time playing Pokemon. It's lovely. For the ball episode, same. The way everybody was dragging Violet, they were like, because what Violet said about Willow's outfit, they were like, don't do knockoffs. Don't do this. They inspire us, or we inspire them. I understand where Violet was coming from. Everybody just, like, takes things so out of proportion. LOL, really, Serena? That's so funny. Oh my god, they're so, like, they're not... Give me shiny. Okay. The way that Chancey ran all the way over there. Violet knows what they're doing. They're on camera. They're giving it for the cameras. They're making the clips. And they're not being, like, genuinely nasty and malicious. I would do the same shit if I was in that type of space. And honestly, sometimes I do when I'm on camera on Twitch. So you're literally a creator. My shiny Ponyta? Where? Is that the one quest so that you get the free shiny? No, I haven't. I saw that, Serena. I didn't watch it yet, but that was so funny. I like clicked it and then I like took a nap, so I like didn't finish the episode, but totally, Asa, totally. Getting comfy. For shiny hunting. This has got to be the one. Come on now. Never loved ya. What color is it? Isn't it purple? Sorry, I'm gonna be yawning because we're shiny hunting and it bores the fuck out of me, but we're doing it. I want this shiny Chancey. Chancey's one of my faves. No, no. How's the stream going? So good, Resra. How you doing? We're just doing some shiny hunting for shiny Chancey. Give her to me. Where is she?
Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water.
Damn. We lost. Yeah, if anybody's looking to hopefully get me some DS games so we can stream, definitely DM me and I'll follow up after stream tonight. I'm actually gonna take Monday and Tuesday off because I streamed all weekend, and I'll be back on Wednesday. But also, if you don't have any, you can just buy me the games on Throne if you like. But no pressure. I know, I just love Chancey. What's the little baby's name? I'm hunting for Scyther. Oh my god, they're so annoying. Good luck on the hunt. Thank you. I'm like, shiny hunting is fun, but it just gets like really, like, I just yawn when I just like, I'm doing something over and over on repeat, you know?
The willow pill.
The window happini. On replay, yeah, yeah. I do a split. I used to be able to do a split. I haven't been able to do one in years, though. Is that a Sandler emote? That's so cute. These hoes get mad. Scyther's my favorite Gen 1, so I was happy to see it get a new Evo in this game. Wait, what? It has a new Evo? The way I beat the game and I just don't know anything about this game still. Scooby's like, yeah, this happens, that happens, and you do this and that, and I'm like, I've been playing this for like...
Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water.
Why did she run that far? Do you see how far she is over there? Marshall! Good luck, DJ French Fry. Also love that username. I love her for the record. Me when I lie. What? He's lying. I'm calling it out. Why lie? Mia, please help me. I need your assistance. The chat is rivaling against me. They're trying to make me like Onion Story. Help me, please. Little guy, help me. I need your help. please. This is a cry for help. The way Mia said, on my way. I just needed support. I needed support. I needed help. I couldn't go through this alone, Mia. That's right, you need help. True, period. Not the wrong Mia. Mia easily. There's lots of Mias on Twitch. Did I save? I don't think I did. Contrary to popular belief. No, there's Pokemon Mia and then my little guy Mia. Can I just get a shiny? Is that really the whole horde? No, it's okay, Kirsten. This is an intervention. You're gonna be okay.
What was that?
Oh, Mia, I forgot to mention that Marshall said that he loves the uproar from the chat. So funny. When Mia enters the chat. I pray for y'all. A shiny Mischievous? You're literally lying to me. Fuck my life. I didn't make fun of your name. What are we saying no to? Oh, they said, can I catch a break? I thought you said can't catch a single break. I didn't know everybody was saying no. Got you. Earston. Blame it on the edits. You know what I said. Next thing you know, after I'm not gonna say my next. I'm gonna keep myself quiet. What I was gonna say is that I spilled with that one. Not Pussy Queen. That person has me blocked. For whatever fucking reason. I almost just said something. I really need to keep my mouth shut. We need to be quiet. Thanks, Ultra Star. I was so happy. Oh yeah, fully. No, I'm done talking about them. Mia's got me. Of Pokemon? Yeah, definitely. My favorite Pokemon's Slowpoke. We have a lot of, Slowpoke emotes in the chat. And I have a bunch behind me. Like, on my wall. I have like, over 20 Slowpoke plushies. Damn, that was a really, like, there was no Pokemon in that raid. There was, like, maybe 4 of them. Like, what the fuck? Oh, Shuckle! Interesting, I don't know who that is. But go off. Brian Heals You is rating with a party of 28. How you doing, Brian? What's going on? Anybody coming in? My pronouns are they, them. Love having y'all here. I'm non-binary, trans femme, variety retro streamer. Love having y'all here. We do lots of games over here. We're doing all these Pokemon games. We have a streaming DS, so we're playing Pokemon or Ass as well. We're going to be working on some Borderlands and doing some cool stuff over here. I'd love to have you when Brian isn't live. Brian, how was the stream? Did y'all play Pokemon too? I love those emotes. Are those your emotes? Those are so cute. Oh my god. Thanks for coming in. Happy to have you. everybody follow Brian. Thanks for sharing your community with us. So cool. We're playing Pokemon 2. I just started. Oh, we're not doing anything with spoilers, so you should be good. We're doing shiny hunts right now. Honey Demore suggested that we raid you. Oh, Honey! Thank you. Yeah, we love Honey over here. Honey's a great friend of the channel. Thanks, Honey. Yeah, I'm usually streaming really late, so if you ever need someone to raid. I'm non-binary too. Love to hear it. Yeah, I'll be streaming till like 5 a.m. I'm ridiculous. I don't know what is wrong with me. Did I save? Did I go back yet? I don't even remember. I'm gonna go back just in case. How you doing, honey? We're getting pretty unlucky right now, honestly. But we're working on it. Just trying to work on. We have to further the Pokedex so we can get Ultra Balls. I beat the game and I haven't done a lot of things, like, which is kind of crazy, but like I beat the game and I didn't know that there were certain Pokemon. I didn't know that you get Ultra Balls. I didn't know, like, there's so much I just didn't know about, and I beat the game. It's so weird of me to do that. Yeah, we are, I think this is our 7th encounter, unfortunately. So hopefully we get it soon so I can move on. But we're just being super comfy over here. I'm like wrapped in a blanket, my feet on the table. So relaxed right now. We're doing this because we literally just beat the game. So we're doing post-game, and I didn't know there was post-game because we moved on to Oras. But before we play more of Oras, I'm gonna do the post-game. And we're still trying to get some stuff to do for the DS, because I just got my streaming DS. It was pretty pricey. But, like, thankfully, I finally got it. It was really exciting to get. You're a Pisces. Literally, one of the last things I remember talking on stream tonight was how much so many of my close friends are Pisces. Well, baby, get yourself comfortable, because I am more than a Pisces than anybody else. I am the definition of a Pisces, when I tell you. It's insane. It's nuts. Did you know that I'm a Pisces? Is it obvious that I'm a Pisces? What's your sign, Brian? I would not be surprised if Brian says Scorpio or Cancer. Or Gemini. I knew it! Oh my god. I'm so brainy. I get along with water signs really well. My perfect alignment are Scorpios and Cancers, and honestly, like, I've just, like, really... Seriously, that was the entire raid? Ooh. I almost got married to a Scorpio, and then we broke up, but, like, he was, like, my high school sweetheart, and we dated for, like, 4 years, but, like, I get along with, water signs, like, wild, and, like, I get along with Geminis and, Sagittariuses, like, a lot. But, like, even, like, not even a relationship standpoint, like, I get along with water signs great. Like, they're, like, we're, like, real, like, we're besties. Oh, you'll fit right in, Kirsten. I'm sorry, I keep reading your name and it really messes me up. Reading comprehension is not good for me. I thought it was Kirsten. Sag Rising. I'm actually, which is funny, I never... Wait! I never knew this until now, hold on. Why do I have to install CoStar again? Can it just be on my phone? Oh, it is. Oh. I thought my entire chart was water signs. Like, I thought my rising, my... all that shit was... I thought it was all water signs. Because my rising is Scorpio, and I thought the other one was, Cancer. But it's not. That would have been cool, though. Cancer, Sun, Pisces, and Capricorn Moon. Thank goodness for the cap. I'm already a crying mess. Literally, same. We are already one and the same right now. I'm very much, like, I'm not a very, like, big astrology buff. Like, I don't know really what goes on. But, like, I definitely see peaks in, like, valleys, whatever it is, with me being Pisces and Scorpio. Because I'm very emotional, but then I'm very, like, work hard, play hard. I'm invested in myself, and I love doing, like investing in myself, not for selfish reasons, but like furthering. Because Scorpios are very like leaders. They're very like, I don't want to say self-absorbed, but they're very. This is for me. Like, this is my life. So I definitely see that sometimes. But on the flip side of the coin, I'm a Pisces. So Pisces care about everybody and want everybody to think good of them, and they cry all the time and they're very emotional. So it's really hard to put those two together. But that's me. So I have to deal with that. I know I'm a Scorpio, but I don't know the other two. You're probably a Cancer, honestly, because we get along really well. Or a Gemini. Did I save and go back? I'm gonna save and go back just in case. I am from Australia. I live in Australia. I moved here 3 years ago, and I live with Evacuation Guy. That's epic. I just said. Hi, Bev. Bev and I are besties in real life, because I live in Australia. I haven't, Brian. I haven't. I honestly am not. I don't subscribe to Netflix anymore. Just because, like, aren't they upping the subscription? Yeah, there's those things. What are they called, Marshall? What are those animals called? Oh my god. The drop bears are insane out here. The drop bears are insane. If you look them up, the drop bears are crazy. They're so scary. They're like meat-eating killer koalas. Like, sometimes I'll walk out of my house and there's a drop bear and I'm like, oh my god, I can't leave my house today. Not according to co-star, I'm a fucking bitch. Please. My chart is a series of contradictions, which explains a lot. Literally me being Pisces and Scorpio, it's nuts. Is that really it for the raid? Like, what is going on? Am I just not gonna get it? Like, what is happening? Look at this Chancey running all the way over here. She's a runner, she's a track star. Yo, Penis Slay, house music in the chat tonight.
Willow pill. The willow pill. The willow pill. The willow pill. The willow pill.
Oh, there's a shiny charm in this game, QB? I didn't know that. You have to finish the Pokédex, though. Can you do that for me? Here, can you take this? Not the Lady Camden smirk, please. Everybody follow House Music, streamer extraordinaire, Bestiana. I don't think I saved, but it's fine. Isn't the... I'm sorry. I'm so gross. Wop wop wop. Penis music. Boinka 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 boinka. It's real Roxy Andrews hours now that House is here. We won, y'all. We won. We won. I really did. Stop. Not the redacted Mation. Not the Mation. You're so welcome, Talos. Talos, I'm so glad that we are best friends and living in Australia right now. Like that, I love that we live in Australia. It's so cool, Talos, with our friends Evacuation Guy and Sad Theater Nerd. That is just so cool, isn't it? Bejart. Not Bejarty Bart. Bejarty Bart. I'm gonna start calling Barky that. Bejarty Bart. I am, it's true. I'm on down under. Yeah, of course. I'm gonna go to the I'm gonna go to the servo. I'm gonna go to the servo and I'll get you a goon bag. I'll get you a goon bag. I'll go down to the shops. Deep Bart. We're literally in the Australian era. It's literally nuts. Can I get the shiny, please?
Earth, wind, fire, water.
Good night, Kirsten.
Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water, earth, wind, fire, water, earth, wind, fire, water.
Why? I think my chain is broken. I think I fucked up the chain. I want it, honey, but I don't want to break the fucking... I don't like stopping the shiny hunt. You know what I mean? Like, I want to keep it going. I think it's fucked up, though. I think, like, we actually fucked it up. I don't think the shiny's gonna spawn. Because I think it's locked. I think I fucked up. Hopefully, like, an alpha or something shows up so I can, like, see if this is, like, not working or not. No, I feel like I killed, like, half of the outbreak, and then I transferred back, and it's stuck. Just, like, forgot that I did it that way. I don't know. Same, Talos, same. Okay, hopefully. Hopefully this is the one.
Earth, wind, fire, water, earth, wind, fire, water.
Hi, Artie.
Earth,
Yeah,
wind, fire,
did you know in
water,
Pokemon lore,
wind, fire, water,
they
earth,
eat
wind,
and sell
fire,
Slowpoke
water.
tails? Like, they fully cut off Slowpoke's tails, and they fry them up and cook them. It's like a delicacy. My poor Slowpoke bestie. If someone sent me a Slowpoke tail as like a plushie gift, because they sell plushies of them, I'd probably have a breakdown. That is so messed up. Talos would do that. Will you try Slowpoke? Do you think I'm a sick fuck? Absolutely not! Can one of you be shiny? I'm waiting. We've been here for like an hour. You're sick, Talos. You're nasty. Yeah, because you're a Bijarty Bart. Yeah, I'm very sick. I'm very sick in the head because I'm gay. Also, shout out to everybody that comes out to my streams. I know I say that a lot, but like, thank you for coming to my streams. I've been streaming a lot, so I appreciate everybody showing out and, you know, supporting the hard work that I do. I really appreciate it, seriously. I got my Chancey. Okay, this is the one then. If you got yours, then I'm about to get mine. I pray. Serena, I was having a very touching moment and you decided to just shit? Oh, fuck. Ah, fuck. Shittin' and fartin', shittin' and fartin', shittin' and fartin', shittin' and fartin', poopin' and shittin', poopin' and shit. Ow. Not politely. Bev? Question marks? Booty rocking cowgirl. Not dramatically. Like you're in a play. Not the theater kids shitting and farting. I'm gonna put clogs on my throne and someone should buy me clogs. Why is it not working anymore? Shut up! I didn't tweet that. Like wooden clogs. I had to text my ex-boyfriend. I was like, when did we do this? I don't think I did, though. I think I was just posting it for attention. Because I don't do that. Stop! Stop, everybody. Don't look at me. Don't look at the back of my neck either. Hold on. I'm turning this way. Don't look at me. I almost muted you. Not you being like oompies. Here you are, Chancey. Jesus. Not me being super unlucky. This has got to be the one.
Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth.
Do you think Holly and Caseytron know that I use that as like a prayer for anything in my life? Do you think they know how much that means to me, that clip? I think Sean's in that too, that clip. It's okay, Anne. You can just say my voice annoys you. It's okay. What if like a legendary spawned? It was just like, hi. What if like Ho-Oh just like descended from the skies and like attacked me? I hope they do add more DLC with more legendaries and more Pokemon. Like I beg for it. Zelly! Thank you so much for the 2 months of subscription. Thank you so much for subscribing today. I really appreciate it. Thanks for getting us closer to our sub goal. You're the best. The way I don't think I saved. Hold on. I definitely did not save. Hold on. Kirsten, go to bed. Doesn't look like one. I really am. I'm really vibing. Definitely a little tired because we streamed all weekend, but we'll be good. We're out here. I'm excited to stream Oras on Wednesday. Can you go in the ball? Why are none of them going in the ball? Hello? Why am I so unlucky with this today? Then what? Literally, I'm gonna be shiny hunting this forever. Then what? Then what? Valentine's Day is coming up.
What was that?
Can't wait to be painfully alone. I'm gonna do some photo shoots though. They should be hot. I'm excited. I'm surprised the stuff I need is just like half off chocolate the next day. Let's go! Let's go! I still can't get over the last time I went on a date. I got this guy flowers, video games, dinner, and like commuted like 2 hours to see him, and he ghosted me. I hate twinks. I'm so... That was really an unhinged era. That was too much. Well, that wasn't in six. Well, we had 3 dates. The first date I got flowers as like a joke because we were talking about it. We were like, oh yeah, like you wouldn't give me flowers. So then I was like, haha, got you, funny meme. So I got flowers. Then that night, I think I paid for dinner, and then the second date, we were talking about Animal Crossing, so I got him the Animal Crossing DLC. And then I don't know, like, people that just aren't honest are so weird. Like, I hate to expose whoever this person is that in my life, but, like, I don't talk to them anymore. But, like, just be honest with people. I don't know. Because, like, I remember this person being, like, fully, like, I want to date you, I want to do these things and stuff, but then, like, got scared and ran away. But, like, you can be honest about that, you know? I don't know. You can just say that. Like, I don't feel like I'm not that type of person that's gonna be like, oh, I hate your guts, like, how dare you not want to be with me? But, like, if you lie to me and then, like, you ghost me, then I'm gonna be mad. You know what I mean? That's just how I see it. I'm such an understanding person, I feel like, when it comes to shit like that. The topic is Valentine's Day, and I'm talking about men. I know men are so hard to, like, understand, like, was that the Swiftie? Was it? I don't know. My Valentine's Day is my cat. Hi, Gray! The Valentine's Dunkin' Donuts will be my date. Okay, wait. Stream idea. We get the Valentine's Day stuff from Dunks. Bookbong! But yeah, men are very hard to get a reading on for their emotions. I don't know what it is. You would expect the opposite. That they would be like, I'm a man, so I can just be like, tee-hee, quirky, I want pussy and fuck shit. That's men for ya. Why lie? Oh, wow. My mom and dad's anniversary, not the man my mom is currently with, but my dad and my mom, their anniversary was on Valentine's Day, and it's literally the cutest fucking thing ever. I think Valentine's Day anniversaries are so fucking cute. Hi, Safety. Also, the way my mom the other day, we were talking about my dad and her and stuff, and she was like, if you ever meet the man of your dreams, you can borrow my wedding dress to do a nice photo shoot in drag with your man. I was like, so true, Mom. You spilled. That was only 4! Why were there only 4 Chanceys? What the fuck? The whole chat turning out tonight. We got Gray, we got Safety, we got everybody in here. Serena woke up, House is here, everybody turning up. All the besties are here. Messed it up. Whatever. I'm just like not really paying attention, so I'm flopping. If I'm not here, I'm in Nem's YouTube channel. Funny you mentioned that. So true, bestie. You better penis slay. Poop. Well, okay, no, it's working then, because if that outbreak changed, then it's not the same. You know, I love that YouTube. I feel bad that like I honestly, it's such a like a give and take for me, my YouTube channel. I love that my YouTube channel has VODs and stuff, but I wish I had more YouTube content. But like, Twitch is so bad about organizing VODs. I think it's just so smart of me to upload the VODs on YouTube. I don't know. That's just my opinion. And then I can make like a cute thumbnail for the VODs. And I get ad revenue as long as I don't curse for like hours, which is nice. So watch the ads on my YouTube channel if you got ads. Because that's what happened, I think, when I got YouTube Partner, which was pretty sick. Yeah, I can get YouTube Partner and not partner. I haven't been paying attention. What are we doing? Did I just load up the game? Do I need to go back? I think I need to go back. Yeah, we need to go back. Honestly, Asa, I would throw money your way. Because honestly, like, I would love to do highlight videos and stuff, but I don't know an editor that would... Well, I know, like, Max, Onyx's partner, does that stuff, but, yeah, and I mean, they're nice to go, like, skip through. Like, I know Asa was really great at making, Asa went through all the FNAF VODs and highlighted when there was jump scares, which I thought was really nice. So I put the chapters in, and it was, like, you could see when the jump scare was gonna happen. Not try typing in the chat and realizing it's just a video, please. Please! Oh, that warms my heart. Thank y'all for watching the VODs. Especially because I've been streaming pretty late, so it's nice to hear that y'all be catching up on what y'all missed. I'm loving the DS streams though. Like, I'm really loving the DS vibes. We still need to do more PlayStation stuff, but like, right now, all I can really think is tunnel vision on DS stuff. That makes me happy, honey. I love hearing that. That's what I do with, excuse me? I always am on Twitter, it's ridiculous. The random shiny, like what was that? It just popped up. If someone happened to get you a DS stream, would you get it? Absolutely. I mean, would you stream it? Yeah. That's why I added some to Throne, and then, like, if you want to, like, send me one personally, I don't mind giving you my information house, but, like, not obviously a random person, but I would love to, yeah. Savannah had sent me, they have some DS games. They have, like, Build-A-Bear Workshop, the DS game. I was like, I will stream that. Fuck yeah, I will. Chubart. Can you go in the ball? Stop. Why are you running? Okay. Well, we got the shiny and saved, so we're fine. We just have to go back. Cut it out. Remember that from Redacted House? All the men in that show are redacted. Glad that one's rotting in his grave. Sorry. What? You're gonna have to do that when you get them. I mean, I can figure it out. Don't you worry. I need food. I need something. Oh my god, I need to like chill on like all these series and like just play like silly games. My heart. Sorry. What did we post? I'm gonna ignore that tweet, Bev. What the fuck is Mia's Twitter? Mia is so... This little guy. The way sometimes I'll send Mia stuff and I just know they're gonna screenshot it and post it. Like, I can feel it on the other screen. I don't want to talk about it. The clip thread. We cry. I know. Well, they really need to fix that. I don't know why they haven't fixed it. Can we get the shiny for Christ's sake? Like, I'm tired. I'm like... It's fucking almost 2 in the morning. I mean... 11 o'clock in Australia. Okay. Yeah. We are talking about you. Not 5 p.m. I can't! Stop, don't look at me, chat. So much just happened. Just throwing produce. Can I please get the fucking shiny?
The willow
Wind,
pill.
fire, water, earth.
That's my fault. No, you just got Mia some likes on their tweet. What are you sorry about? Oh, it's right there. Yes! Fuck yeah. Oh! She's so cute! She has green tips! Stunning. Miley! Thank you for gifting more subs. I appreciate you. We're at 177 over 200 subs. We are almost at our sub goal for the month. That's so cool. Well, it technically resets on like, I don't even know what day it kind of resets, but... Oh, she sat down! The way she's like, yeah, you better watch me. She's so cute. Let's go. Okay, so, wait, no, I don't want to leave the area. We have to get the satchels in this area. How do you get Sylveon, by the way? Ugh, that sounds annoying. Oh, and a fairy move. Okay. I really want to get... Because we have 2 shiny Eevees, so I definitely want Sylveon. Because, like, T for T. But... Is that it right there? Yeah, it is. Oh, we have to get a Shellos, so we're gonna get the Shellos when we go over here. Oh, we have to go back over near the Chancey. A slay move. A gay move. True, true. They have to be LGBT. If you will. Oh, and I should probably gather materials too. Material girl. I just don't know what to like collect for like the what's it called? The Ultra Balls. God, I wish. Can that be me too? I want FFS. There's farming? You what? Ray's like, actually, I have some tea to spill. I have some insider intel. Not Final Fantasy sex. I mean, I would like to see that with some characters. Cloud, absolutely. Do you mind? Yeah, stay in your lane. Oh, there's actually one on the island with Ruby. Stop! I mean, honestly, I want to play Final Fantasy 15 on stream too. All the guys from 15 are hot. Noctis is like one of my favorite, like, he's one of my new video game crushes. Like, he's so hot. And so is Gladios. But definitely Gladios. 100. I don't think I'd be able to function if I played Final Fantasy 15 on stream. The men? Oof. God. I hate when men just, like, be men, and I'm like, damn. Like, wow. You're really... Yeah. Is there even, like... Oh, this is the raid. I'm, like, looking for the thing. Idiot. That's why I didn't buy it. Literally. I know someone that does, like, not safe for work, like, what's it called? Like, they take the model and they do not safe for work stuff with it, but it's like Gladios. It's top tier. Crowd boos, please. Top? Who topped? What does this bitch want me to do? What's the quest? I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. Okay. Stop. Stop. Oh my fucking god. There we go. Jesus. Catch an east and west shield shell. West, okay. West and west. That's a Gastrodon, okay. Well, just making sure we have all the bases covered. Where do you find the pink one? Do you find her on the west side of the map? Or like, you know, the other side of the map? Like over here? Or over here? I thought you said west. Who is awake right now? My dogs have been ridiculous lately. My mom was so mad. She was like, the dogs have been ridiculous lately. My mom doesn't talk like that, but she was like, I get up to go to the bathroom and the dogs are running around. The dogs. My Boston accent. I mean, my Australian accent showing out. The dogs. Let's go in. Why not? You know? You live, you laugh, you love. Stop, you're so right. Hey, stop. Oh, I didn't want to do that move. I thought it was gonna auto on Aerial Ace. Oxas. You didn't hear anything. Shh, I'm hunting Dwiftwooms. I don't think they're supposed to be in here. Okay. I still need to get the Spider-Man from the Battle Pass on Fortnite, but I just haven't, like, been doing anything besides VHS. Even like when VHS is gonna like reset when the game comes out, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna play all day. Don't make fun of my voice crack, I'll kill you. When are they gonna start spawning? Where are the big guys? Come on. We waiting and shit. I'm a Sheikah warrior. I wait. It's the Starly for me. Hi. So when is the when in the when? Where are the cool people at this school? I want to DoorDash. There we go. Jesus. Took y'all long enough. What are these things on the ground? Fucking losers. Fuck. 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 You know what? Fuck you. I'm gonna beat you both. I'm gonna beat your ass! Oh, they're level 59. Okay, maybe not. Excuse me. Oh! Help you get crunch. I'm glad everybody... Oh. Actually, yeah. Hello. Hello. Ow. Can I have this? What is your problem? Thanks. So rude. Yes, I do. Oh, hi. Okay, I literally have room for it, okay? Just saying. Get away. There's different colors. Fuck off. Hello, everybody. Nice. Okay. Cool. Awesome. Oh my god, my legs. Fuck. Ow. Lots of pain. That hurts. Okay, can I find the fucking Shellos and leave? I'm angry now. I don't want to be here. Oh, they're not in this, like, area. They're in a different area. Got you. I'm pretty sure I do have a pink Shellos. Like, there's no way I don't. We're almost ranked up. Stop going in my old tweets, Bev! You're gonna find something redacted and you're not gonna like it. I really don't have the other one? Oh. Oh my god, I don't. That's not right. I'm not sure they're here, but sure. I don't know if they're not two separate Pokédex entries. They are here? Why is it such a bitch to find them? Like, where are you at? I think go full screen, please. I hate when it does that. That island in the water. Probably get the satchels while I'm here. Here we go. Hello. Hi, Apom. How rare is it to find an alpha and alpha shiny? Probably really rare. Sailor, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Where is this satchel? Found it. And hoping for a shiny, please. Oh, really? Oh! I love finding that out at the end of the game. Nice. I like when the music turns on. I wish it would stay on. Nice. And I honestly have no idea what to do. We have to get the Pokedex and stuff, but like I don't know. I'm all over the place. Okay, let's finish this quest with this lady first, actually. I'm all over the place. 620 points for the next. But like, I don't even know if you get Ultra Balls at this level. Level 6. I don't know what's happening. I'm just playing this game and people are watching. Nope. Observe them. They're legends. Oh my god, I was like, what is that? But it's my headband. I'm so stupid. A worma what? The fuck is a wormadam? Okay, lady. Weirdo. Oh. Sure. when the next bargain bin will be. Honestly, I have no idea. With the state of my computer, considering it blue screen today, probably not anytime soon, unfortunately. I wish there was more access to more games on different platforms. Your makeup has improved so much. Thanks, Jordan. Has to be a female bro. Hey, I'm Escaping Hero. How you doing? Yeah, it really scared me today. I thought my computer was gonna die. Hopefully we can fund one for my birthday. I need 300 subs for my birthday, and then we can get a new computer. That's the goal. 300 subs, 24-hour stream. Doing it until I get 300. Shiny hunting. Same, we were just doing that with Chancey. Chancey took a while to get to us. We got some new shoes, Got a new shoe. Can we get a heel? No heels? I like the Uggs though. The Uggs are cute. We got some ninja footwear. We got some fancy sandals. Okay. We got tabbies. Oh my god, you won, Serena, you won. Ooh. Ooh! Oh my god, these are cool. A nice patterned bottom. I'm not gonna say anything. Wait, so that I saw someone with the Demon Slayer kimono. Oh my god, it's literally Demon Slayer. I love it. Oh my god, that's so cool. They know what they were doing with that one. We have officially entered Cameron Michaels hours. What makes it Cameron Michael hours, can I ask? Oh. Don't say that around her, she'll be upset. Shut up, Rachel. Yeah, she was done so dirty, but she won. But you do a full-on Tanjiro cosplay, it's kind of Serby. gonna put my hair up in the top knot. The top knot? You heard me. When did she add new hair colors? Hello? Fuck. Not the Nem knot. This top knot moment. It up. The movies with my snacks. You are. I'm the movie. I do be watching a lot. As you should, bestie. Wait, what the heck? Stop. At the camera. I can pose. Oh. Okay, pose. Oh, some over the shoulder. Oh. Sitting alone in VIP. This is the one for me. Oh my god, it was a Delta chair. That's so funny. Wait. Wait a second. Wait a minute now. Looking fierce. Oh. Oh. I wish you could... I wish you could have them sit in the chair. So we could do like Gardevoir Delta chair. How many can I have? This is a cute little thing they added. It's really cute. Oh, you can only have one. Oh, Ambipomp's right here. Ew. Better. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, that looks good. He's so cute! Oh my, I love Ambipom. So cute. Wait. Wait, you fully could. Wait. Ah, they fuck it up. What were we even doing? Oh, we have to do that wormy. Munchlax, Outbreak. We really need to do that Heatran thing. I want to do the post-game quest, but I'm like low level. Oh my god, don't look at my stomach. Oh my god, my arm just cracked. Did you hear that? That felt good. I mean, we're gonna need Dialga for this fight. I don't know who to switch. Lily would be good too. Where is that bear I got? Where are you? You are. Level 41, ground. He only has one ground move. So we have ground, flying, poison, bug, ice, and dark. which is better than... It covers more variety, I guess. I've changed your moves. Do you have anything else? Cool. Carnivore is like really behind. Is there anybody else that's like level? I guess like she has fairy. Need her. Oh. Azelf would be good. Wait, when did we get Palkia? Don't know when we got him, but okay. Wait, Palkia has water. I think we're gonna benefit from Palkia more. Okay, let's try this, team. It's just a matter of fucking getting his shit, the fucking mud, down. Hi, Pisser! We have one thing of mud. Awesome. Epic. That's definitely an epic gamer moment, I think. Oh, we have 3. I don't even think that's enough. Erg. I don't know. Do we have to, do we have to catch him? I can't, I don't have Pokeballs to catch him, actually. Can I just kill him? Do I have to? I'm never gonna catch him. There's no way. Why do I have to? Whatever happened to my journey? What if I don't want to? Nice, I have like 3 great balls. The best I can fucking do. What is he? He's fire and... Okay, so I'm gonna start with Palkia then. Because I have water. Let's fucking try this shit. I'm Demon Slayer now, so... I'm gonna slay this beast. I just got here. Shut up. Alright, I'm out of Pokeballs. Awesome. Oh, there's mud! I grab all the mud! Oh! Excuse me, no. What? That was an accident. Stop! It was an accident! Anyways. Fucking hate this Pokemon. I hate him a lot. I fucking hate him, Fisher. He's so fucking ugly. I hate him. I'm gonna release him when I catch him. I don't care. I'm literally gonna release him. Watch me. Watch me fucking release him. I'll do it on the live, and I will have no regrets. I will literally have no fucking regrets. I hope it rots in the Pokemon abyss. Me when I lie, honey. I didn't want to spawn Ambipom, but he was gonna bring up his shield. Oh, I can do this. So penis slay of me. So penis slay. Don't hurt my baby or I'll end your life. Tonight's the night. Please.
Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind.
Fuck yeah! Let's go! That took me too long. What was the other one? I don't even remember. There's a satchel there for no reason. What the? What? Why are there so many satchels all of a sudden? Hello? Exactly. I save because I do not want to be doing that again. That was hell. Is that ground? Wait, why have I never been in there? It's weird. I would like to catch you, but I don't know if I can. Not the double battle. Oh.
Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth, wind, fire, water. Earth.
Yay! It's like been one of my first successful alpha fights and catches. They always run away from me and they're annoying. They do a lot of damage to me. Fair. It can't be in the cave, can it? Don't tell me it's in the cave. Am I missing it? Like, where? Did I already pick it up? Why did I mark it? I think I've already picked it up. I guess I did. I don't remember the last 5 minutes, I guess. Concerning. I wish Trapinch was in this game. I want a Trapinch bestie. Oh, it's right there. Where is that Pokemon? The worm thing? I have no idea where I would find that. We're gonna go to the snow area. Before I forget. Snow area, and then... Oh, wait! Do we have the steel plate? I don't think we're supposed to come here yet. Fuck. Ava's lost satchel. I give it back to Ava. Fermi is in the trees. Interesting. Oh, we have to do the Cresselia. I forgot. Cresselia diva, come home. Come to mama. Oh, I should have went to the other camp. Because that's camp. And that's T-Wig. What's up, bitches? I don't know what she's weak to. I like how pretty it gets, though. Cresselia. Is a psychic type, which means she is a ghost, a dark, and bug. The Glingar. Girl, give it up. Let's go. Please don't insta-kill me. Damn! No damage on this bitch. And as soon as I take off Haunter from my team, we need him. Damn. We'll just do Palkia, it's fine. Hand over the shiny Klinkar. I literally got him randomly, it was so funny. It missed! She's gonna heal! Uh-oh. Oh, damn. Yeah, look at her heal her shit up. Girl. Use your agile style. Okay, and then let's do this, I guess. It missed! Oh my god. She's gonna heal again because she's nuts. Oh god, Palkia. This is embarrassing. Come on. Come on.
Earth, wind, fire, water.
Damn it! Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. She's getting angry, she's getting angry. Damn. Do I do more damage and possibly kill her? Or do you think I should? Should I just go for the catch again? Like, she can't get any lower, like, or she's gonna heal. You just have to get lucky with the catch. She's gonna heal. Like, it's nuts! She got obscured. Why are you insane, Cresselia? She's gonna heal again. When are you gonna run out of pee-pee? No, I don't, because Shiny Gengar sucks. I think he's so ugly. I gotta do something. I need 2 turns in a row. I don't know. You're so Andromeda, Gaslight Extraordinaire. What the fuck? Oh my god. This is nuts. Okay, I have I have an idea, but I don't know if it's gonna work out very well. Infernape can do 3 moves in a row, and if he can do that, then we might be able to get somewhere with this. Okay, well, I thought it was gonna do more damage than that, but it didn't, so... She's gonna heal. I don't know, y'all. This is nuts. Like, how do you catch her? This is literally nuts. And she has the fucking obscure! She's literally wiping my team with her ass. She missed again! What the fuck, dude? Seriously? Oh my god! Okay. Cool. You're so fucking cool, Cresselia! I like that I'm still in the battle. Like, hello. I do not. I don't know what that is. I only have a wing ball and a feather ball. Oh, would the feather ball work because it's Cresselia? Good night, Asa. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for your help today. I guess we'll try them. Gonna miss. Literally, she's nuts. It's driving me nuts. Hey, Brittany, denim sprees. Stop. No running away. Oh my god. That was not the objective. Glingar. Oh my god, it's totally fine. I totally understand. But also, let me just make sure this is on. Okay, let's rest so Hunter can come back to life. Thank you. Thanks for helping with numbers. I haven't officially said it because I didn't want to jinx anything, but we did make it to 8,000 followers like a couple weeks ago. So exciting. Thank you all so much. And hopefully we're going to get 10K before the end of the year. It's really been a goal of mine. I didn't want to say it because I didn't want someone to like unfollow me when I hit 8K. Because I hate when you're like I'm 8K and then someone unfollows. I'm like, okay. But we did it. Okay. Let's just see how much damage this does by itself. Okay, not a lot. She's gonna kill him, I think. Yeah. Not very epic. Brent, thank you for the follow. Damn. Go ahead, use your oh! Not this. No, I can't use him because she's gonna kill him instantly. Okay, please. Should I use... Okay. Ideal for catching nimble Pokemon or ones that fly in the air, that fly high in the air. What do you think is going to be better? Should we use one of these or should we use a Great Ball? Please. No, she's impossible! She is impossible to catch. She's gonna heal now. Please don't use 2 moves in a row. Come on! Come on! This is the lowest I've gotten her. Please. Please! Oh, okay, now you heal. Cool, great, wonderful. So fun! Awesome, she's back to full health. So fun. Nobody can sleep. Honestly, don't even think I have a single Pokemon that would be able to do that anyway. Literally, she's so nasty. She is literally insane, guys. Why did they do this? When she gets to yellow, she's healing now, opposed to red. Fuck you. It missed. Okay, you've done it now. It missed, and now she's gonna insta-kill me. I'm about to turn off this game. I'm getting so mad. Like, literally, what the fuck? This is literally dumb. This is dumb as shit. Not a single one. Something to sleep. I don't know if this is gonna work. Oh. It's not even gonna hit. Fall asleep, you bitch. Oh my fucking shit, Lord. Hallelujah music starts playing. What a little bitch. Like, why was she like that? It's a boot for me. I mean, considering she has that move, she's probably insane on our team. Like, just using her in general is probably nuts. Because that healing and then her damage output, nuts. And then she's psychic, so she probably has a sleep. Let's see if she does. Palkia just in the farm? True. No, she doesn't. Ha ha! Sorry. Love her, but she deserved it after that one. That was nasty of her. Oh, Glingar. Oh, another shiny Eevee hunt? I'm gonna go check it out to see if we can get it early. If not, I'm just gonna move on. But we already have 2 shiny Eevees, but... I'm probably gonna pass on it. Oh. If it's not shiny. Manifesting. Hi. Kinda busy over here. I'm busy! Are Pokemon's gods? Well, Arceus is. Oh, a Haunter. A Driftbloom. A Haunter one's here. Maybe I can get lucky and get Haunter on my first encounter when we just run into it. And then I can evolve one of them into a shiny Gengar, but like it's not even worth it, so we'll see. That's true, Bev. You kind of bodied with that one. Like, not gonna lie, you are. Yo, what? I didn't know it could put you to sleep. What the fuck? No. No. Not Dwayne The Rock Johnson saying the T word. My heart is crushed. Someone just found receipts from 2011 that he said the T word. I mean, people learn and grow, but like, still very disappointing. Damn, I'm really disappointed. That makes me really sad. Not my mans. Oh yes. I can post it in the Discord. Not the 1,000 retweets. Oh my god. Wait, why is there no green hair dye? Do we get... Wait, there literally is no green hair dye. Because you unlocked all of the hair dyes. Like, this is the last hairstyle. What the fuck? I wanted green hair and pronouns. Yeah, totally. I mean, it's literally not for people that are not trans to be offended at. Like, I can say if it makes me sad or not. Like, it's not for people that are cis to be like, He's learned, he's grown. Like, shut the fuck up. It's not your business. Like the conversation we had yesterday with the Jimbo paint and stuff. It's not white people's business to say if it's offensive or not. Well, hello, hi. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, we probably have to catch him, huh? Yeah, we have to catch him. Like, we're just having fun here. Ew. What are people's problems? What? That's literally a god tier extension. Wait. Not the Shinigami eyes. That's funny. I should. How does it like determine? Got you. Okay, oh no, I wanted you to kill him because I need to switch my Pokemon. That's kind of iconic. Okay, we need to put him to sleep. Please catch him. No! I don't know if we're supposed to catch him or kill him. I don't have any more Pokeballs. He's not gonna stay down in this. Just a regular fucking Pokeball. Oh! What do I do? Oh! Oh! Nice! We lucked out. Swag. Blank plate. So, what now? I know that's not the end of it, because I know the end of the Pokedex. So I look around, I do the iCarly stare. Thanks, Smiley. I sleep. Oh, and we probably leveled up our Pokedex too. I mean, our level, which is kind of swag, so we can get Ultra Balls. No, I need 10 points. I'm gonna just go catch some shit. Not just 10 points, that's sad. Nice, nice. What's up here? Ow. That was close. I almost didn't throw out my thing. AV Hero, how are you doing? Happy to see ya. Thank you so much for 4 months of subscription. We are just about to hopefully level up our thingy. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Nice! Yes, return to village. Welcome to the stream tonight. We're just doing some post-game on Pokemon. Oh, it is pretty late. I mean, I'm not doing anything tomorrow anyway. Taking the next 2 days off. Hey, dab. Hey, I'm playing VHS. VHS, and I need to catch up on Genshin, honestly. I'm still behind on Genshin. The event's happening right now, and like, I just haven't been playing Genshin. When the new story quest comes out, though, we're definitely streaming it because we will cry. What's the tea? What's the tea? Steven Nix, welcome to the network. Thank you so much. Yes, we got Ultra Balls. Going to sleep. So, can't sleep, so playing Pokemon. Oh, I thought you said you can't wait to sleep. I was like, oh. Yeah, I don't, same. I can't sleep. I haven't been able to sleep, so I was like, let me just fuck around. What the fuck? There's so many on this board. My ass hurts. Hi, baby doll. How you doing, babe? Yeah, what is with the queue times? They've been bad. This is the shiny. Then lost interest. Why? I can't stop playing it. I'm loving it, baby doll. Just some of these battles are really fucking hard. Stop. No, no, no. Honestly, whatever. Fuck you. We need to go. I wish you could, like, craft with the stuff in your storage. Like, y'all see I have it. I need apricorn, tumblestones, and iron chunks. No idea how to fucking get those. I just buy some? Is that serious? Hey, queen. Oh, never mind. I'm dumb and high. So true. So true, bestie. You better smoke. Isn't she gorge, baby doll? Like, I'm obsessed with her. I want to be her. Three logs will do. I don't... Okay. Oh, perfect. I have 3. Cosplay her? I literally want to so bad. Like, so bad. I have 3. Yeah, take them. Pause for the big reveal. A pixie plate? A what? Why did you... I love that everybody in my chat is a stoner. It's honestly such a vibe. I love it here. What came out as stoners? Hi, meow. You better slam that ganj. You better slam that shit. So where are we going? What's the objective? Oh. Yeah, Meow Meow, are you a stoner? Meow Meow 420, are you a stoner? Among Us. And you're sus. Like, actually, you're sus. Then why 420? Why lie to us? That's kind of messed up. Period. Not Giratina. We're about to die. We are about to die. We are going to die. I like that they're just like, yeah, I love catching Pokemon. We're going to die. 420 is just my last name. Not you doxing yourself. Why would you make your last name your username? Not you being quirky. What the fuck? You really wanna I'll show you a costume. Let's go, Dialga. Fuck this guy. Not are you a stoner? You are so... Where are we going? Oh, we're going up there. I need balls. Why can't I buy upgraded balls? I can't. What a dumb video game. I'm gonna go catch Giratina myself. With my average run-of-the-mill Pokeballs. He's a dark type? Well, yeah. I'm just gonna go. Ow. Was that necessary? I grab a snack knowing what's to come. I look at the camera. You what? Huh. Maybe we really are about to die. Interesting. Hi, Kara. We were talking about you earlier. I was telling everybody to go look at your draw display of Kagita. It was like, fuck, they fucked it up. What the fuck, Bev? Share. What if you jump off? What then? It is Gorgina. Maybe I should have peed before this. You better slay. Yeah, there's nothing open. I'm gonna order Burger King tomorrow. But before we do whatever this is, because I'm scared, I'm just gonna use the restroom really fast. So don't miss me too much now. Leave it to Nemesis to fuck your dad. How did she not know? I feel like I would know that even if I didn't smoke weed. Girly. What is he saying? He's having a moment. Wait, he's coming out to us. He's coming out to us. You've had the last one this whole time. What? Oh no, he's hot! Oh no, he's hot! He's been behind this all along. You gay. You are gay. It's the gay people's fault. They did this. The killer is escaping! Why are you, as a human being, gay? I don't know what move to do for this one. Oh. He's doing what? He's kind of insane. But I find that very attractive. When he's insane, my heart go ba-bum. No, it missed! You shit fart. What are you doing? You stupid idiot man, Dialga. Of course, of course. It's always a man's fault. It's a man's world. So he just really wants to see Arceus, so he's been doing this nonsense for forever. Lucario's in this game? Interesting. Yo, bro is beating me the fuck up. Oh! No, I disagree with you there, Marshall. Nope. You're wrong, Marshall. You're just wrong. Period. Glingar about to carry us. Glingar carry, Glingar carry, Glingar carry. Oh, never mind. It's true, Marshall. It's true. Harsh but true. Oh! No, 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 no. Stop! You are sus! Get pwned. Uh-oh. No, no. Oh my. Well. Wow. Not the guard chomp. Wait, this makes sense because he's like Cynthia's ancestor, or it's theorized. That's hot. Girl, I don't think she's gonna survive a hit. I should have done the powerful one. It's fine. No! Painish. It's the penis for me. Nice. This fight is a lot. God. Oh my fuck. We're dead. He has the advantage. Please, Ambipom. Please. Please insta-kill. Please. No! Isabel! Okay, Hunter has the advantage. He's gonna use a fucking... Oh my god, this is so close. Oh my god, no. Please land. Please, 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 please. No! It's gonna insta-kill me! No! We were so close. Hi, Kura. Thank you so much. I'm glad to help. What if you jump off? What happens? Oh. Oh my god, reference to Zelda? Oh. I just have to play it right, because we were very close, but I think it's doable. I like his little sandals. Very sexy. What is Spiritomb, like, type? Like, I never... Hold on. Spiritomb... Dark and Ghost. So what is it, week 2? It's only weak to fairy. Fuck, dude. If I knew that, I would have backed out of the fight and done Gardevoir first. Okay, he's using his full restore. I'm confident in this that it'll hopefully insta-kill. Close. I think that was the wrong move, but okay. Maybe not. Or maybe so. Well, Dialga's gonna die, so I'm just gonna try to hit this move before I die. Nice! Nice! 2 Pokemon low. Okay, okay. He's gonna kill my... And then we bring in Gardevoir. So do I take the risk in doing a more powerful move, or do I make it so he doesn't do 2 in a row? I feel like, hypothetically speaking, I feel like he insta-kills no matter what. I think we just have to take the L and do the strong style. Because he literally will insta-kill Gardevoir. Oh, that didn't even do a lot of damage. At least he's half. He's the hardest on the team, I think. That just fucked us bad. We had a good start. Now it's spiraling. He's literally the hardest on the team. Is Garchomp. The other ones I really could give a shit less about. You're not allowed to do that. You just spawned. What? She's not dead? Are you fucking kidding me? That's dumb. We're fucked. Well, we do not win. At all. At all. That's it. I think Haunter needs to be switched out. He's like dead weight. No offense. And Cresselia is stronger. Where's Palkia? Lily might be better. Oh. No, definitely. Then... Can't want to give that to him. Whoops. Ruh-roh. All right. Well, let us try this. Not Bev being on prep. Just kidding, isn't that a good thing? Yeah. Okay, let's try. Please, I want to win. Now you had a, like, little snaggletooth. Oh my god, wait, I should've... Fuck. I should've started with... Barry. Did it really miss already? We just started. Here comes his full restore. Oh! I don't know why he does that. Lucario? He's gonna kill my Dialga. What? Please tell me I have another. Og. Come on, 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 come on. Please. Fuck! No! Oh my god, and he gets to do a move after. Fuck you, bitch. You're a dick. There we go. What? I find it very interesting who he decides to send out. I don't have any moves against this. Well, I'm already losing, so that's so fun for me. I hate how they don't say, do you want to switch your Pokemon at the end of a battle anymore? It kind of bugs me a little bit. Oh no, not that move. Oh. I don't know if I have anything. I was gonna say, there's no way she's alive. You lying to me. Ah, this is sad. This sucks. I pray that Cresselia has faster speed than Garchomp. Please kill him! No! Stop. I've had enough of you. No, stop! Oh my god, fuck. God damn it. I need Glengar for the end. Please hit. Yes. Come on, baby. Come on. No! I wanted him to survive! Okay, please. I can revive Cresselia. I have a revive. Or I can take an L and do a super... It's like, will one of these do damage, do you think? Because I can do strong style and maybe get him down low. Because, like, he's already low. Like, are they just effective or not effective at all? My anxiety levels. I don't know. Oh my god, I'm stressed. I'm gonna throw up. Please hit! Please! Did we do it? He throws out a 7. Can I save? Please. That literally made me go nuts. Excuse me. We are going to die if you don't. Volo. Okay. Volo's just like, I don't care if I die, YOLO. Not him being one with Giratina. Not you misgendering me. No, he sends out a 7th! You're lying to me! Oh my... What the hell are we gonna do now? It missed. I didn't want to run into the fight. Okay. That is lovely. How is that? Okay. You're not even gonna heal my team by the... Fuck off, Game Freak. That is so cringe. I wish I had a max revive, because then it would actually be doable, but... No holds barred. Bitch. Scratching that itch. Thank you, Twink. Yeah, go ahead and insta-kill my fucking Dialga, like you always do. Go ahead, whatever. Freak. Do your 3 moves in a row like a weirdo. Yeah, I called you a twink. Bev's a twink. Fuck! LOL, twink. Bev, please? Damn it, I needed him for fucking... I thought he was gonna throw out the fucking... Fuck. I gotta take the L. Solid. Nice! All right. This is where we farm for recovery potions to those that are almost dead. For the last fight. Say goodnight. Alright, bring out your little bitch boy. Nah, it has the first move. Fuck, that's not fair. I didn't want my Cresselia out first. That's literally rigged. I wanted Infernate out because it was just in the fight. What a fucking stupid game. Okay. 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 He was gonna die anyway. I need my girl. To take this. My god, he doesn't even take damage, dude. Are you kidding? Oh. Battle of the Obscure. Fuck. Trying to play smart. Come on, come on, come on! Oh, fuck. Oh, I got him! What?! What the fuck is this game? This game is literally, what the f— Like, are you kidding? Like, that is, are you serious? Like, that is nuts. Obscure Pog. I don't have any more Moonblast. Don't. You fucking cunt! I didn't say anything. Dialga, please save us from this madness. You better hit! Don't you dare change into another fucking form. You hear me? You hear me? You're dead. And you're gonna stay dead. You finally beat? So you fucking mean to tell me that you fucking, you cheeky fucks. You finally beat? You see this? Game Freak, kiss it. Fuck you! Not you finally beat. Yeah, Cresselia carries that. You need Cresselia to beat that. That is nuts. The way that is even at the end of the game either. I can't. Can I push him off the clip? What is that? Not an ocarina. Don't. I need you to back it up. Don't. I saved so fast. My fucking god. That was literally... Hello? Are we playing the same game right now? Did everybody just see what we did? Like, that was literally insanity. And I thought the No More Heroes 2 final boss was hard. That had levels of No More Heroes to it. Remember that boss fight? That was fucking hell. I can't believe that's a real fight. Oh my god. You are lying to me. Not me having to finish the Pokédex. Bye. This game, y'all. They really said this is a JRPG. This is like Shin Megami Tensei level. Finish the whole Pokédex? After I did that fight, no reward. They said you finish that Pokédex. And Kale has been playing this game like fucking crazy, and they said they can't find some Pokemon. We're done. We're done for. We're fucking dead. Baby, there's a dead body in the water, and it's me. Fucking Lord. And you have to catch all... Wow. Is that just for Giratina? I thought... How do you get... No, because there's more quests. Are they side quests? That seems really weird if they are. 'Cause for legendaries, that seems like an odd thing for side quests. This is probably Darkrai. And this is probably... Let's go see what this is. Yeah, I don't need the wisps. I'm good. Oops. Did you stream that fight, Kara? Because that's nuts. What the fuck is this? You better come back at night? Are you serious? Oh. This game be like, hee hee, I troll. Hee hee, I troll. Trollololol. Not it being like, all your Pokemon are happy. At least they are, I'm not. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to do that off stream. I say I will, but I probably won't. Unless I stream it and work on it. I mean, this game definitely has, like, coming back to potential, because, like, I want to definitely shiny hunt more. I feel like I would shiny hunt in this more than a regular Pokemon game. Because I know the odds aren't terrible like regular Pokemon games are. Oh, it is. It's Darkrai. Hello, Darkrai. Hi, King. Oh! Oh my god, he's trolling me. Not him trolling me. Oh my god, he's a troll. Why is he such a troll? Oh, there we go. You have to time it right. I also don't have any Pokeballs, so, rip. I don't think Darkrai's gonna listen to a normal Pokeball. No, he put Cresselia to sleep. XA, thank you so much for the follow. Oh! Wow. Let's try Klingar. Okay, maybe not. Alright. No, he keeps putting my Pokemon to sleep. Oh, that's nice. Oh no, I don't have Gardevoir to sleep him. Fuck! It's the 10 Pokeballs for me. I said I keep throwing and hope we get lucky. I look away. He's gonna wipe my team. He's gonna wipe my team with his Dumpy. I love Darkrai. The Darkrai movie, like the anime movie, so cute. When he has those skinny legs. Naomi Small's legs. So good. Come on, up all night to get lucky. Up all night to get lucky. Up all night to get lucky. Fuck. No, you don't have to do all that. You don't. It's okay. Oh dear. Oh no! No! I didn't wanna get away. I'm so upset. I didn't mean to do that. Please. Please get in the Pokeball, please. Oh my god! We actually got lucky! Hey, hey! Dab dab. Swags. Lol. That's pretty epic. Help get a rare Pokemon Shimeta Go. It will separate the Pokemon while you're at it. The Sea's Legend. I think I know who this is and I want them. Shh. Don't tell me who it is. Hello, Darkrai. Darkrai, T for T. So true. Me and Darkrai, T for T. I miss the summer. What? Oh, because I haven't come back. Yeah, a giant thing came out of the sky and tried killing me. It's totally fine now, though. I dealt with it myself. Where the fuck can I get Oshawott? Where's my boy? Wait, what the fuck? My quest isn't equipped. Excuse the fuck out of me. Give you INE? What's that? Also, why is it not showing me where this quest is? Solve the mystery of the Sea's Legend and catch the Pokemon that Professor Leviton saw. Why is it not telling me which area it's in? Weird. I would assume it's this area. This quest is odd. Interesting. What? Why? So where do you go? Do you go here? You're supposed to check a book in Brilliant Diamond and Pearl. Seems like a lot. Yeah, please tell me, because I'm not doing that. What? Why? That's so weird. I don't even think I have an overquill. I don't. I definitely know I have a Mantine. I don't. You have to evolve it? Oh my god. Oh, here's one. A Quillfish? I don't even know what a Quillfish is. Oh, you need the baby one? I have a Quill. Guess we gotta go get one. I... You can catch Quillfish here too, but you have to use a strong style Barb Barrage with 20 times for it to evolve. Oh, you can't catch Overquill? You have to... You have to evolve it? Interesting. Oh, okay, gotcha. Actually, let me switch... I need to switch my party to Gardevoir so I can sleep the Pokemon. I trust my team. Isn't Quillfish that, like, angry... Oh! Oh! I know who he is now. He's that angry dude. And he's like a sea urchin. He's like a pufferfish. See, there's him. Where's your alpha? Let's find his alpha. I think he's over here. Yeah, let me find the Sigma. The Ligma. I swear there was one in this area. How do you keep math for so long? I don't know if I want to reveal that information because you're probably gonna drag me. I use Got to Be for setting spray. Keeps me tight. Tight, isn't it? Or you'll literally die. Oh. Well. Where is this alpha? I don't inhale it, like, on purpose. Is that a Togepi? Wait, be mine. Yay! I can't find this guy. Stupid. Stupid poopy fart. What the fuck? There's so many tiny ones. Not an alpha. Damn. We searched high and low. I mean, randomly finding an Ultra Ball. Serve. Okay. Okay. Probably gonna call it. Yeah, successful stream. I mean, we did post game. We still have some stuff to do, but I think that's probably gonna be our last full stream of this game. So that's exciting. Pretty fun stream today. I will be live again on Wednesday. It's a Wednesday, my dudes. I'm gonna take Monday and Tuesday to catch up on sleep because I've been streaming the last 3 days in a row, and I just want to say thank you to Cure Rare Disease for pairing up with us this weekend. Thank you all so much for the donations to the fund. I thank you all so much for donations and subscriptions and everything this weekend. I appreciate you supporting my hard work. The fund will stay up indefinitely, so if you ever want to donate in my name, you can always use the CRD command, and you can just donate some money for Cure Rare Disease. Definitely appreciate everybody. Before we end, let's find someone to raid. Let's go raid my bestie. My Australian streamer bestie, so true. Aussie pride. Yeah, I'll see y'all on Wednesday, so turn your notifications on, join the Discord, follow my socials, and do everything. Maybe send me a gift while I'm offline, who knows. I will see y'all on Wednesday for some Oras. We're gonna play some more DS streams. I fixed the screen on the bottom, so there won't be any technical difficulties. But in the meantime, I'm gonna go catch up on some sleep, eat some chicken tenders, and relax for the next 2 days, because I've been streaming for 3 days in a row, putting makeup on my face, and I'm breaking out really bad. So I will see y'all later. This VOD will go up on YouTube, and love you. I'll see y'all later. I don't know what else to say, but I love you. Mwah!